That's probably the same prison decor. Look at this nasty ass.
You know what's pathetic? See, the fact of the matter is I have court documents that prove where I live at. And I've never lived in a 9-bedroom house. So it's interesting to me that this raggedy bitch that's calling herself the queen of the motherfucking beef sector, you calling yourself the queen of the beef sector, and you putting out receipts that Bullets Gotti put out. Do you realize? Listen, let me tell y'all what I'm going to do. I'm going to take y'all to the video on the channel, on the same channel, where I'm showing the house that Gotti put out when he put out that address on Lady Lies platform. Bitch, do you realize I went live and showed that motherfucking house? That is not, let me tell you something. Let me tell these stupid, I think you need a consultant from Philadelphia, bitch. That's not West Philadelphia. The footage where I filmed myself walking around the neighborhood, walking out my front door, that's West Philly, bitch. You're showing a house in North Philadelphia. Everybody knows there's a Dunkin' Donuts around the corner and a school at the end of the corner on the block where I live at, bitch. I live in West Philadelphia, not North Philadelphia. Here's the thing. If you think I live at that address, why don't you have one of your support people come by and knock on the door? Why don't you send something there? That's North Philadelphia. Ontario Street is only 2 places in the city where Ontario Street is. That's in North Philadelphia and in the Kensington section, in the vicinity of Kensington and Allegheny, which is almost like a cross between, hey, Diet, it's almost a cross between Kensington and the Northeast, not the greater Northeast, but Kensington and the Northeast. So maybe you should use some of those donations to get you a map of Philadelphia. Because if you and QB, if that mediocre drag, no, I'm not triggered. I'm not triggered and I'm not impressed. Because see, bitch, we're going to have a picture slideshow. See, unlike you, I'm not an insecure bitch about my looks. Everybody knows I don't have any fucking false teeth, right? The fact of the fucking matter is you're so insecure. You have to actually edit a video of me. Edit photographs of me. Do you realize those photographs you were showing? Do you know how long those photographs have been floating around? So if you want to talk about somebody being late, you're about 3 years late. Those pictures were shown 3 years ago. You're still using the same picture. You're using recycled information that's been out here for 3 years. You're using an address that's not my address. Bullets Gotti put that address out. One of the places where he did it was on Lady Lies platform. So, bitch, if you've been holding on to receipts, maybe you should have fed them to your emaciated daughter instead of holding on to them because your receipts are inaccurate. I live 300 North Felton Street. And if JV or the Cast Life was in the chat, they would confirm that's where I live. So unlike you, see, I leave the games for the toddlers. Bitch, you're 41 years old. You're 41 years old. And in order to hold on to your crown that barely fits your head, see, I think what you did was take a tiara that was gifted by Babe Nation to your daughter that you do nothing for, that was in school starving because her mother had other fucking priorities. I think you used a tiara that was gifted to your fucking daughter to put on your head. If you're going to call yourself wearing a crown, then at least you could do is buy one that fits, bitch. See, FyeBabe, everything isn't meant to be bought from Wish. You can't you can't get everything from Amazon. Why don't you give your daughter back the tiara that was gifted to her by Babe Nation? So no, I'm not impressed. And see, if that was your introduction to the beef sector, you're going to introduce me to the beef sector? No, bitch, I'm going to be the one to introduce you to the black sector. And see, unlike other people, I don't give a fuck how they dox, bitch. What's interesting is that as a former drug dealer, I know how to find motherfuckers that don't want to be found. I'm not playing the game that you're playing, bitch. I have the receipts of what you showed. I'm not on your Zoom. I'm not a member of anything that's associated with you. So I'm not privy to your private Zoom meetings. When you went to Zoom, like the cowardly bitch that you are, the same cowardly bitch that won't stand up to D. Ramsey, the same cowardly bitch that won't stand up to Sean Bradley. You won't stand up, bitch, because you don't have the cliticular fortitude to. QB won't stand up because he doesn't have the testicular fortitude to. So unless he wasn't present when you dox my relatives on Zoom, what he's doing is lying to your entire audience. But those bitches that are in your chat, many of which I'm sure are among those that are super chatting, they know goddamn well that you went to your Zoom, you went to Patreon, and you doxed my family members. So if the best that you can do is produce receipts from motherfuckers that are known to doctor receipts, am I supposed to be impressed or somehow triggered by the fact that Grown Folks TV? See, the thing about it is Grown Folks TV couldn't shut me down. So what the fuck makes you think he's going to bring some weak bitch that had to come to this sector and start beef in order to be able to bring up her fucking numbers? See, the fact of the matter, QB, is if you were go back over my live streams, my numbers are actually doing better than yours. Can you explain that, sir? Oh no, you would be mistaken if my views, if I just started to get viewership when I started putting your name in the title. You would be mistaken and providing false information to your audience. For some reason, is my channel not visible? I haven't turned off my likes and my dislikes because I don't allow bitches to phase me one way or the other. As a matter of fact, I live for when I turn to my analytics, turn to my likes and dislikes. As a matter of fact, if I don't see an equal amount of dislikes, I don't feel as though I'm doing my due diligence. I'm not performing my queenly duties. I actually want to get you bitches in your feelings more, and apparently you already are there. And again, this is a marathon. So it's interesting to me that for some reason, grown folks TV that is over in the beef sector for no fucking reason than because he's a closeted homosexual that hates women. And he wants to be able to associate, meet and greet, and commingle with gay men under the veil of suspicion. So he'll use dumb bitches like you. The same way he uses bitches for a beard. You see. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed and I'm not going. So it's interesting that you actually thought that you were going to do something that has already been done 3 years ago. And yes, bitch, I'm going to start doxing your people. And the way that I'm going to dox them, I promise you, 7 stars ain't got a motherfucking thing on me, bitch. And I haven't even begun to dox you yet. As a matter of fact, I actually skimmed through your information. I haven't started digging. So I wouldn't start sucking QB's diseased HIV infected dick just yet, bitch, because I haven't even gotten started. So that's the reason why they're running around happy as Duchess Kelly Love with a bag of big, beautiful dinglings. No shout out. No shade. The Duchess knows I love them. But anytime you mention dicker balls, Duchess tends to drop out of the clouds. So, he knows it's not shade. Before you start running around, happy as a gay man, with a cell phone number full of men with big dicks that are same gender loving, pump your brakes, bitch, because I haven't even got started yet. As a matter of fact, I haven't done any of the things that I've said I'm going to do. Not yet. I'm in it for distance and irritation. And unlike you, the crowd doesn't move me, bitch. I move when I get ready to move. And any receipt that I drop, see, one thing you don't want to be known for, and that's the reason why even your co-host, is that who you got your receipts from? Grown Folks TV? Because clearly you got your, did you think it went over my head that you were over there shouting out Bullets Gotti? And if he sticks his fucking head out, I'll bring out the pictures of him, his mother dressing him, his mother and his grandmother, because his mother was an ain't shit bitch that didn't raise him either. His grandmother did. I'll bring out those pictures of him in some interesting positions with other men. When he was a little boy, that is. As well as the pictures of him in those little yellow dresses. Little silk yellow dresses, you see. So if that's the source of your tea and of your receipts, then I'm sorry to inform you, Your Macro Majesty, but you failed epically. And the war is just beginning. But intrigue me. Right now, you're entertaining me. I haven't seen anything that would even leave me remotely intrigued. You're entertaining me. Actually, you and QB over there at the Monkey Monarchy. You remember, did you ever see those stories where the queen is on the throne? The queen and the king are on the throne. And they bring in the different court gestures. The only thing that's cooked is that drag QB did of you yesterday. So you see that lack of self-discipline? This is a grown 55-year-old fucking man. And it's actually you that's given it's actually grown folks TV that has given the beef sector the impression that people in the black sector wanted to merge in the first place, or that there was something in the beef sector that we wanted in on. When have I ever said that I was interested in leaving my sector? If I was interested in leaving my sector, closeted homosexuals that hate women like ZX have been trying to do that. ZX has been trying to what? Chase me off of YouTube, scare me, intimidate me, and he's failed epically. So he's looking for somebody that can defeat me. I'm sorry, Your Macro Majesty. Clearly, you're not cut out for it. Do you realize that she basically is doing the same thing that ZX did? Do y'all remember when I brought up the original photograph, the original picture? And let me go through my let me see if I can pull up that original picture right now to show you guys. There's not a picture of me online. There's not a picture of my relatives that I cannot get access to pull up to show you the original. Okay? And for the record, the biggest house that I've ever had was at 5204 Brooktree Drive in Charlotte, North Carolina. That was a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom house. I've never had the luxury of living in a 9-bedroom house. I wish. So I'm just going through my photos, y'all. So it's pathetic when you have to resort to what she's doing. This is the reason why the only people that you'll ever be able to entertain when it comes to you beefing with me would be my ops. And fortunately, I keep all original pictures. And when I show you this picture, what you'll see, mods, don't allow anybody to come into the chat. I'm not interested. I'm trying to focus on the commentary. Anybody that comes into the chat talking spicy, you don't even have to time them out. Get them up out of here. So that's already been a warning shot. Right now, I don't have the ability to keep up with the chat and to go through the receipts. So moderators, I'm allowing you, I trust you to use your judgment. Anybody that comes into the chat that's talking like they don't have any sense, that's coming in here, no avatar, none of that shit, under some troll account, you can get him out of here. Okay? Thank you, beautiful soul. So when you have all of the photographs, the original photographs, would it surprise you to know in that original photograph I'm not smiling? I told you all that Grown Folks TV had edited a photograph to make it look like I was smiling. And in this picture, there is no filter, and I don't have any makeup on. And this is the original photograph. If you look up there in what would be to my left, my upper left, you'll see the date. That's associated photograph. And this is a Facebook image. This photograph that was downloaded from Facebook, unedited. You can see, do you know how old this photograph is? Look at what I'm holding in my hand. That's a BlackBerry. In that photograph, I'm standing in my bedroom, right? There was a time when I lived at 13 to 11 Crescent Springs Drive, apartment 16 in Charlotte, North Carolina, where I had the luxury of living in a middle-class neighborhood with a dog park, tennis courts, and my apartment, my beautiful apartment, had a view of the pool. That was more like a resort type of pool. And I was in the bathroom that was in my bedroom. So again, there is no filters. And I don't have on any makeup. Clearly, you can see that. But nonetheless, this is the picture that they always try to use to shame me with. So let me blow it up. Okay? I'm sorry. Was there something I was supposed to be ashamed of? I'm in my 40s in that photograph, without an ounce of makeup or eyelashes on. That was way before my YouTube days. And because I'm not a drunk, because I'm not a drug addict, because I don't do a lot of partying and a lot of fucking for fun, because I focus on my family and my loved ones, I've aged gracefully. So these are the extremes that these individuals will go to. See, there's not a picture or video that you're going to be able to put out on YouTube that I don't have the original of. I'm an immaculate record keeper. That's a skill that I perfected as a mom of 7. I have all of my children's social security numbers memorized. And things of the like. And it's not possible for me not to be able to recognize my children when I got out of prison, because my children came to see me twice a month when I was in prison. Their father. See, that's the benefit that you have when you're not fucking for fun. When you're not just allowing anybody to shoot your club up. The father of my children is not a thug. He's a blue-collar working man. And after all these years, he's still one of my best friends. And he's been on live streams with me. Are you able to get Leah's father on a live stream with you? Or are we still supposed to believe that lie that you told, that he was killed, to somehow explain away his absence? Because at the end of the day, you certainly can't be a bad bitch that was about to marry a millionaire with Leah's father disappearing into thin air, you see. So the interesting thing is, when they show photographs, right? They never show the photographs. When they go through the photographs of my family, all of the children in this picture are adults. So I don't just make things, right? When I said that I always had a house full of children and that my nieces and nephews have always been around me, that wasn't a lie. This is a house that's at 248 North Southern Street. That's not even a 5-minute walk away from where I am right now. All the children you see in that picture are grown. Just because I don't bring my family out here as troll food to prove something to motherfuckers on YouTube, I don't have to prove a motherfucking thing. Especially not the motherfuckers I don't give a fuck about. That don't give a fuck about anything but clout. I can show you videos of my sons with their children. I can show you pictures of my daughters with me and my grandchildren. Do I have to bring that out to prove a motherfucking thing to you? Fuck no. Who the fuck are you that I would have to prove anything to? My children were always well groomed. My house was always immaculately clean, bitch. All 7 of them. And before I allowed my grandchildren to grow up in squalor and filth, I would roll over in my grave before I let my children raise their children anything other than better than what they were raised. Be clear about that. See, just because I never showed you pictures of my children, I have to show you pictures of shit. And of course, they're all adults. Okay? Clean. They were always clean. Their home was always clean. Nobody would ever get a picture of one of my daughters with a filthy pink coat on. See, FyeBabe, if you want to edit a picture, go back and get that picture of your daughter in the filthy pink coat and edit the dirt off of the coat that your one and only child was wearing. And those are not even all of my children. Those are just my youngest children. They're all adults now. Go back and get the photograph of your daughter in that filthy coat that your ops got a hold of too, and edit the dirt off of the sleeves of your daughter's coat. Go back and edit the photo, or the video rather, of you coming online on YouTube and crying about the fact that your daughter didn't eat lunch. Can you edit that video? Be as good with your editing. Go back and get that video of D. Ramsey talking about your daughter eating popcorn and edit that. Go back and get the video of D. Ramsey doing a parody of your daughter sucking dick. Apparently something that she perceived that would be a skill that she learned from you, even at 9 years old, and edit that. See if you can get clicks and views and laughs and super chats off of that. And the fact of the matter is, have I ever said I had central air? I live in a 3-bedroom house. And you all hear me say all the time, I have to turn the air off so that the microphone doesn't pick it up. Only newer houses in Philadelphia have central air. I've never said I had central air. but I don't live on Ontario Street. So what you're doing, putting out false receipts, is that you're putting out somebody else. And I'm going to pull up when I come back. Hey, Reed, when I come back, I'm going to pull up the receipts of Bullets Gotti and Roski putting out that address. I did a live stream that very day. Roski has since hidden that video. But what they were actually doing when they were putting out that address that they believed to be mines was talking about, there were people in their chat that were talking about going there to sexually assault one of my female relatives that lived there, or so they thought. And I screenshot that. That's in part one of the issues I had with Lady La, because she allowed him to do that also on her platform. So if you're talking about somebody being late, do you know how long ago that was put out? Do you realize the videos where I'm showing that house are on my main channel, the Nubian Narcissistic Abuse ICU, where I'm showing my subscribers that Gotti and Roski were both on the panel showing photographs of my family members. So when I say, when you talk about a doxing being a conspiracy, do you know the reason why they're still recirculating the same old photographs that have been circulating out here for 3 years? Because they don't have any tea on Cookie. They don't have any tea about my family. Okay, my sons have criminal records. And your point is what exactly? Your point is what exactly? What real tea do you have on Cookie? You don't have any. So what you're doing in lieu of the tea that you don't have is speculating. Give me one sec, y'all. And I will be showing y'all them getting popped, because I'm going to show you. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to show. Do you remember I told you, let me just show you this picture. I just can't resist. I was there at the birth of all of my grandchildren. Don't let my demeanor on YouTube. See, you would like to know me. There's a lot of bitches that would like to know me, that would like to know things about me, that would like to know things about my family. But the fact of the matter is, you're never going to be privy to those things. You're not going to be privy to anything unless I choose to show it to you. I was there at the birth of all of my grandchildren. Every last one of them. All 7 of them. And I'll be there, God willing, at the birth of the 8th. It's you bitches that feel that you have to come to YouTube and show motherfuckers everything. I got to show people. Do you realize that Gotti was running around here showing pictures of my cousin? You showing pictures of my cousin. You showing pictures of my cousin, y'all. Telling people it was my child. They don't have any accurate receipts on me. And the fact of the matter is, I've never identified which relative it was. I just acknowledged whether it was a relative or whether it wasn't. They don't know my fucking family. They don't know whether they're my children, my nieces, my nephews, or my siblings, or my cousins. They don't know. They're speculating. because they haven't been privy to that type of information. So there have been a lot of snakes that have tried to slither up to me with the hopes that they would get the tea on Cookie. The fact of the matter is, Cookie's not going. I've been waiting on these hoes at the door. They just don't know it. I suppose I should tell them. You know, and that's the beauty of having self-discipline. Just because you know something, or just because you see some snake-like tendencies in the motherfucker, no, you ain't got to call them out right away. No. They run around here and they show you pictures of everything. You showing pictures of my husband. Again, you never show pictures like this, right? This is one of my husbands. Something that you bitches have never seen, right? You've never had a motherfucking husband. And who was that? That's my grandbaby. See, they don't show pictures like that because showing pictures like this won't fit their narrative. That's my current husband. They were running around here showing pictures of the father of my children, saying that that was my husband, even though I've shown my marriage certificate, my original marriage certificate. I've done it more than once. I'm not going to do it again. I showed my original marriage certificate, one, to prove that I was actually legally married for a second time, right? And for two, to prove that the receipt that ZX put out showing my mugshot was a false receipt. And let me make a note to prove to you that ZX puts out false receipts. And even when he puts the false receipts out, when it's brought to his attention that the information is inaccurate, he doesn't rectify it. Okay? Let me make a note of showing the receipt that ZX sent to another YouTuber of my mugshot. So that's the reason why I showed my marriage certificate, because my marriage certificate has my legal middle name on it. Okay? And my hyphenated last name after the first marriage. Give me a second. But let me show you guys something. Let me close out some of these windows. I've told people, with the exception of anything that pertains to my family, if you wanted to know it, all you had to do was ask me. And I've explained before that I co-parent with both of co-grandparent with both of my husbands. See, these aren't the type of pictures that they're ever going to show you. See, the picture you just saw, that was Mr. Brown, right? That's my current last name. See, that's our grandbaby, right? That's my chunkum. That's my Porky. See, when they go through your social media, they don't show pictures like this because it won't fit their narrative. I'm sorry. You bitches were going to call my exes an ex and what? I'm sorry that I have relationships with the fathers of my children as well as my ex-husbands. And any children I may or may not have with them. I'm always vague, intentionally, when it comes to my family. I can tell you the gender of my children or anything. I'm not required to give you that information. I don't have a family-based YouTube channel. So your sense of entitlement to information that is none of your fucking business doesn't mean that I have to go live and make you privy to any of it. You'll be privy to exactly what I want you to be privy to, and not a damn thing more. So bitch, you're late to the party. Because not only have I doxed, but my husbands have been doxed too, bitch. And they both are aware of what I do on YouTube. All of my family is. So let's get to give me 1 second. Hey DeAndre. So the question is, whose receipts are you going to believe, right? Are you going to believe the receipts of the SWAT team and the Philadelphia Police Department, or are you going to believe FyeBabe's receipts? That will be the question. And just so you know, now these aren't, here's the interesting thing, y'all. These aren't public records, right? This is do you see that? It says the redacted Philadelphia Police Department arrest report. That means that even if you got a copy of the police report, you would not have this report. This is the discovery that I received from my attorney. So no, they weren't spilling any tea. What they were doing is lying. Okay? Do you see that? North Felton Street. That's West Philadelphia, not North Philadelphia. Ontario Street in Philadelphia is in two places. It's in the Kensington section and in North Philadelphia. I don't live in North Philadelphia. I live in West Philadelphia. So before you run to your platform and start showing a bunch of receipts, the defendant Jane Doe in the front bedroom, that would be me. And my co-defendant. Middle bedroom, rear bedroom, rear bedroom. No 9 bedrooms. North Felton Street. The address where I am right now. Okay. None of this is information, right? None of this is information that's available to the public. That's a redacted police report. So the question is, who are you going to believe, FyeBabe or the Philadelphia Police Department or the SWAT that executed the search warrant? I would think that they would know the address. I don't live now, nor have I ever lived in the 2100 block of North Ontario Street. So the interesting thing is they're getting people who doctor receipts, okay, to give you receipts. Even though I have a 3-bedroom house, you hear my grandson in the back because he likes to be next to his grandma. That's why you hear him here. There's a middle bedroom with a big old bed in it that he could sleep in. His uncle has a room in the back. When he comes here, there's a whole living room, diner room, huge, that he can run around in. He wants to be close to his grandma, so he's going to be close to his grandma. That's right, his cousin Nana. He wants to be close to his cousin Meemaw. So close to his cousin Meemaw he will be. He's not bothered by my cousin. You know why? Because his Meemaw don't cuss at him. So I'm just trying to figure at what point. This is the reason why I say you, at some point, it doesn't even really do good to explain anything to these people. If they're that gullible, and listen, I'm not phased by Babe Nation giving you any money. They have to give you money because you're a broke bitch. Without it, you would have nothing. So I'm sorry. I'm not impressed. See, the interesting thing is, y'all motherfuckers keep showing. You keep showing one of my son's pictures. The interesting thing is, you haven't seen all of them. They look like their daddy. Younger versions of their daddy. You know, the one that works at Metro PCS, that's the manager at Metro PCS. You ain't seen all of them. Like I said, I don't know whether they doxing my nephews, my cousins. All these dumb motherfuckers did was see Fuller or Tolbert and took it and ran with it. I've had bitches run around here and dox my niece and say it was my daughter, and I'm telling them, no, that's not my daughter. As a matter of fact, that's my niece by marriage. That's none of my siblings' child. And they still continue to do it. Would not my siblings, if my maiden, here's how stupid some of these motherfuckers are. If my maiden name is Fuller, wouldn't my siblings have my last name? So what is the probability of some of the people that you're doxing be my niece and nephew if their last name is Fuller? Don't expect these people to think or use any knowledge or you know, I am not the one showing old pictures. They're over there showing 3 old pictures, honey. Where have I showed a picture? Where have I showed a picture that's old? I'm going to, and I'm going to show the pictures unedited. And if there's any question about whether or not they're unedited, well, then you would have to take that up with 7 stars, because I pulled them right off of her community tag. Ironically, these pictures aren't edited. That thumbnail isn't edited. That's a bitch that needs humble. Because although you can pull your eyelashes off, bitch, what you didn't do, FyeBabe, is cam up without any makeup on, bitch. You still haven't accepted the challenge to go live with the wet wipe in your fucking hand, bitch. And show us what you look like on camera without the foundation, bitch. Fuck you not having on any eyelashes. Show us how confident you are by coming on camera with a wet wipe in your hand, wiping your face and having it come clean. The photograph that I just showed, the one that you and Grown Folks TV edited and put into a video that you seem to think was hilarious. You know what the real joke is? The real joke is I have the original photograph and I'm not smiling in the picture. So therefore, they put the smile on the photograph. Kind of like this fake receipt. Hey, Joe. Give me 1 second. This is all the proof. If you're running around, whether or not Grown Folks TV puts out fake receipts, let me share this with you. So motherfuckers are talking about I'm putting out old photographs. You're putting out the photographs that you're going to be privy to. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not a bitch that's going to succumb to motherfucking peer pressure. You saw the pictures I wanted you to see and nothing more. You're not entitled. See, it's your sense of entitlement that leads you to believe that I'm under some obligation to make you privy to a goddamn thing. The fact of the matter is I'm not. Okay? They believe that just because they want to see it, you supposed to motherfucking want to show it to them. I got to show y'all shit. They can show all the fake pictures that they want to show and dial up all the receipts that they want to show. But come to your motherfucking chat room and demand that you show them something. If you get the fuck out of here, you got me fucked up. Give me 1 second. We just open up this email. Hold on. And it just goes to show, this is just the proof, right? That Grown Folks TV, this is what he did, right? And this is how these type of individuals operate. What Grown Folks did in all actuality is when I got into that first beef with him in November of 2019, November of 2020, he's a coward and he's a pussy. So he is another motherfucker that likes to have other people do his dirty work so he gets to keep his hands clean. So what he did was send my information to somebody he believed could come and do me or my family some harm. And a part of what he did is send her my information. This has all been debunked, right? But you have new people that come into the space. This was an email that I received from Amina at MREC TV. Now, you all have seen me cam up before. Where is this me? That is the photograph that ZX sent Amina from MREC TV, right? She and I don't have any issues. This to me, right? And this is what ZX sent her. Do you realize? I want to show you the inconsistency. First of all, I've never been incarcerated in the Florida Department of Corrections. My middle initial is not M, it's L. My middle name is LaShawn. The inconsistency is that Desiree Fuller Tolbert, that PP number at the top, W33679, does not match the inmate ID. Do you know the reason why you don't see a photograph there? Because mugshots are not public in Philadelphia unless it's a high profile case. That is my correct PP number. If you go back and you look at the paperwork from my criminal history, and I provided the links, there are videos and live streams on this very channel where I'm providing people the links to actually go and look up my criminal history for themselves. My moderators and the people that are in my chat that have been supporting me for quite some time, they can tell you that I did that and invited them to look it up for themselves. So all of these people that believe they're spilling the tea on Cookie, no, you're not spilling any tea on Cookie or Cluster B. I was doxxed 3 years ago. So if you want to talk about regurgitating information, I haven't even begun to dig. So you don't know what I'm going to uncover. Because unlike you, QB, and FyeBabe, I don't rely on other people to bring me information. I verify the information for myself. And as you know, I was once a drug dealer, and I know how to find people that don't want to be found. I know what ways people hide their information, in what ways people hide things. $703-4789. That is my PP number for the Delaware County Department of Corrections. If you pay attention to that up there, there's a button in that very screenshot, which just goes to show what they did was a Google search. And the first mugshot that they found is what they took and ran with. They didn't bother to verify the information. George W. Hill Correctional Facility, Google it in. It's in Delaware County. Do you realize that I showed an arrest record for Delaware County? My family members were doxxed in 2020. Initially, the first time I got doxxed in 2019. So no, you would be the one that's late. That's why you're still recirculating old photographs. And when you don't bother to verify receipts, I'm sorry, not sorry, that affects your credibility. If you see right here, it says Desiree Fuller Tolbert is an inmate currently. Just to show you the accuracy of the search engine that they're using. If they're putting this receipt out here on YouTube, how am I accurate? How am I currently in George W. Hill Correctional Facility when he said this to her? Let's go through what she says. What she says is Peace Cookie. Now, back in November 2020, the 24th to be exact. Can you all see that? You may have to basically, when you red ball it back. Rita, this is the proof that ZX puts out false receipts on people. And even when it's debunked, he still will roll with it. So what she's doing is passing around information that's already been debunked in this sector as false receipts. But let's see what Amina says. She says, now back in November 2020, the 24th to be exact, ZX texted me this information on you, claiming it was you, but I knew it wasn't. I never went public or even mentioned it. Him and NBK flagged my channel, so I can't go live on YouTube for a week. Here's what he sent. Here's what he sent. I'd like to build with you. Are you on IG? And she gives me her email address. And this is the mugshot that he sent another YouTuber that he also turned on and started dragging and attacking that had once defended him and been a moderator on his channel. And guess what? The same narrative. She's mad. I rejected her. I didn't want her. It's the same wash, rinse, and repeat cycle. That's going to repeat itself when he falls out with each and every one of those women that he falls out with. So it says here that it's located in Thornton, PA. If you are wishing to visit, the visitation hours are yada yada. There's a phone number right there. Do you see the inconsistency with the inmate ID number here that actually is my PP number for when I was incarcerated at George W. Hill Correctional Facility, which isn't prison, it's county jail. Okay? And the DC number that's given here is not the same number here. These two numbers, the DC number and the inmate number, is the same thing. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if 20 years had passed and I was to be arrested in Delaware County and taken back to George W. Hill Correctional Facility, I would still have that same PP number. Your PP number does not change. The only time your PP number changes is when you're at another institution, correctional institution. You can see right here where it's saying this is the DC number, right? When is my date of birth? My date of birth is 10/25/72. As many times as I have been doxxed, they've confirmed that by now. My date of birth is not 10/28/1974. That would make me younger. And I was not incarcerated in 2012. The other reason why he provided that information to her, do you see that address? 251 West Greenwood Avenue, Look up that address and see if my name has ever been associated with it. Me or any of my relatives. I don't know anybody who's ever lived at that address, and I have never lived at that address. And in 2012, I did not even live in the city of Philadelphia. In 2012, I resided in Charlotte, North Carolina, at 5204 Brooktree Drive, in that 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath house. When I first started YouTube, that's where I was living. So apparently, school doesn't start on Sunday. And there's quite a few of you that could use a lesson in doxing. So I certainly hope you aren't a representation of what the beef sector gives. Thank you, Hanlon. Okay. Hanlon, where is Ontario Street, bro? For the people, for the people and for the people that don't know, can you type in the chat where Ontario Street is, the 2100 block of Ontario Street? The address that they showed was in North Philadelphia. So you're doxing somebody, as he did in this instance. You're being proven to provide the false, you're being proven. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on for a second. What's the matter, boo? Give me 1 second, y'all. Y'all, and I'm going to be closing out in the in a minute, but thank you. The address that they give is in the Badlands, in what we refer to as the Badlands here in Philadelphia. That's nowhere near West Philadelphia, where I live at. And throughout the whole live stream, what they're repeatedly talking about is, oh, you can't stop, because that's all you're worried about. You're not worried about the people in your fucking chat. She's actually using those dumb bitches that she does not give a fuck about. She's using them, continuing to cash app her. See, I think, bitch, where you make your mistake at is your value is too invested in what other people do for you, you bum ass bitch. Your value is too invested in what Babe Nation does for you. The question would be, what do you do for Babe Nation? What do you provide Babe Nation with? False receipts, slander of other YouTubers, playing and lying in their faces, using them as personal flunkies. Why are you so dependent on what bitches that are total strangers on YouTube do for you, bitch? Why are you resting your laurels upon what bitches on YouTube send you? Is that your definition of a hustler where you come from, ma'am? That's not my definition of a hustler. How is QB self-made when every stream of income you have You depend on somebody else to finance. How is that's your definition of self-made? We don't consider that self-made here in Philadelphia. Self-made in Philadelphia is considered being self-sufficient. That means you get it out the mud on your own. That means you don't need anybody. You're not financially dependent on anybody. Here's the question. If your Cash Apps stopped, if your Super Chats stopped, if your PayPal payments stopped, could you survive off of Babe Nation Hair and Wig Company alone? See, the Heart of Philadelphia, she made a very important point today when she said that most people know, most business owners know, you ask any successful business whether or not they saw a red cent the first 2 years that they were in business. As a matter of fact, one of the pieces of advice that they give, the old nasty pieces of advice that they give anybody that's starting business, is don't anticipate making money your first year or two. So you should have some sort of financial reserve, because you won't make any money the first 2 years, not any profit. So I'm not going. Again, you're a bum bitch when you're dependent upon the bitches in your chat to put money in your pocket and to buy you and your child clothes. They don't just buy you clothes, bitch. They buy you and your child clothes. Just like they financed the trip for you to take your daughter to Disney World. Because certainly, if you had ever, why didn't you take your daughter to Disney World? See, you want to what a real receipt is? Let me show you what a real receipt is. And like I said, bitch, I hadn't started digging. Hey, Queen of the South. Okay. Where are the comments? You have Leo the Lioness from Club Chat as your spokesperson for what? She gave a review on eyelashes that she purchased from your website. And you use her, right, as the model for your website, right? I mean, she's the representation of your company. Is that right? Apparently. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Tracy 3. Thank you, beautiful soul. Okay, Shady. Tell my diva I said hello. So this is interesting. So you have the other thing that was interesting that I did find in my preliminary digging. Did FyeBabe ever tell you that she owned a driving company? Did she ever mention anything to you about owning basically like a transportation company? Did she mention anything to you about that? Because see, that's on your resume, FyeBabe. That's on your resume, right? Hey, Nikki. So she said she had a driving. Well, what happened with that? And she apparently, and you do know that degrees are things that when you say things like you have degrees, those are things that can be looked up about your company. Here's the interesting thing. You have 3 stars out of an option where you can have 5 stars. People that reviewed your wigs left you 3 stars. Out of the 3 people, the median approval rate that you have is 3 stars.
All right, Smooth said he's gonna come and fix the ceiling tomorrow. He said they gonna rain tonight. He gonna come fix it tomorrow. See what we gotta do. You heard me? You heard me, man?
Oh, you got it? Oh, okay. Thank you, babe.
No problem.
All right. So you got 95 people that like this. 102 people follow this, right? Where are these wigs at? Where are these wigs? Your wigs don't even look like this, FyeBabe. And this is of January the 26th, right? Where are the wigs that you're selling that looks like this? Because here's the interesting thing, bitch. That's basically a lace front wig. That's Swiss lace right there. Where are the wigs that you're selling? Because certainly the wigs that you pulled out of that bubble wrap the other night look nothing like this. So what you've done is stolen photographs of other wigs. Here are the reviews from the people that have purchased your wigs. See this wig here? This wig, are you going to have us believe that this is actually human hair? Is that what we're supposed to believe? Human lace fronts don't lay like that. And are those the trash mat? That looks like a handkerchief with writing in whiteout on the side of it. The mask doesn't even cover your nose. That defeats the whole purpose. Hey, Tracy. That defeats the whole purpose. So you're not talking about, this looks like somebody, so this looks like they've been sewing the mask themselves. And that's the end of it, y'all. So she just created this Facebook page January the 29th. I'm sorry, January the 26th, 2021 at 11:02 a.m. So of all of these people that have purchased these wigs and have basically flooding you with sales and things like that. Why aren't these people taking to your here's a person that knows you apparently from Facebook, from YouTube, because she says beautiful FyeBabe, even you're using Leo the lioness, and you're using her image and likeness as the face of your business for all intents and purposes. So here's the other interesting thing. We haven't seen you or anybody else with a wig on that looks anything like this. And the Ronald McDonald wig you all had Lady P slap on her head looks enough like this. See, where are these wigs? Where are the clients that are buying these wigs and giving reviews? They're claiming that this is a Babe Nation wig, 13 by 4, lace weighty wig, curled after 5 months. So they're alleging that their wigs last for up to 5 years. I don't know anybody alive that ever purchased a synthetic wig that's lasted for 5 years. I'm sorry, not sorry. That's not in here. Okay. Woo! I'm sorry, y'all. That was the roofer and Ty that knocked the whatchamacall. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize. Thank you guys for waiting. That was Ty and the roofer. I went to go click. Thank you guys for waiting. I went to go click and I'm like, what the heck is going on? But no, that had to give me 1 second, y'all. Ooh, let me see something. I'm still here. I'm just going to mute the mic for a second so I can pull something up real quick. So what I was saying, y'all, was did she ever tell y'all, hey Cobra, did she ever tell y'all that she had a degree, a bachelor's degree in some sort of finance? Because on her resume, hey Miles, on her resume, she's claiming that she's a graduate of Roosevelt University. She's claiming that she went to college and got a bachelor's degree in finance and financial management services. Did she tell y'all that? I'm quite sure she ain't show you the degree. But the fact of the matter is, that's information that can be verified. So, yeah, you might have been doxxed before by the beef sector. But did the beef sector confirm whether or not you had a degree? And you do know that when it comes to certain degrees that you get in financing, you do know that that's public information, right? That can be verified. So if the beef sector hasn't, she said she had one. So why didn't you put your crossing guard duties on your resume on LinkedIn? I didn't see you being a and with the way this bitch, listen, the way this bitch, you know what? When you do things like put out false receipts or co-sign receipts or an individual that you know has been popped for providing false receipts, your credibility comes into question. Because if you would support somebody that puts out false receipts, despite the fact that the receipts are being debunked, and that the person has a history of putting out false, inaccurate receipts, the same way you doctored up that video that you put out there, the same way that you doctored up that photograph of which I showed the original picture of. And there is no teeth showing. I'm not smiling at all in that picture. Therefore, every single person that showed that picture with that alteration, me smiling, me laughing, that's not a video, that's a picture. So in order for me to be singing or doing anything or talking or anything using that photograph, that means you created a video, because it's a still, it's not a video. And with everybody who was in this chat earlier, hey Duchess, you late. Duchess, you late. You about an hour and 38 minutes late. I mentioned penises and scrotum sex. Long, you late dropping out the bushes, Duchess. You are late. You missed your cue, Duchess. I gave you your cue about an hour and 30 minutes ago. You were supposed to make your grand entrance from out the clouds. Well, no, she states that she was supposed to be in the army, or she's allegedly in the armed forces. Now she's saying she was an account reconciliation specialist. Girl, for 8 years. Why are you trying to, why black folks gotta make stuff seem all fancy? You know what that is? That's a fancy way of saying a goddamn pesty ass bill, a debt collector that calls your house, hey, Miss Indy, to recover some money that you owe somebody else. And you claim you did that for 8 years, right? Right, Tracy 3. Bitch, just say you a debt collector. The motherfucker that niggas hang up the phone on when they call. Why, thank you, baby. Why you gotta make it all fancy? Oh, lamb chops. So, yes, free thinker. But it sounds so booshy, don't it? You don't want to compare careers, honey. Because here's the whole thing. You know, the interesting thing is, why don't they dox? Why don't they? Have you asked yourself, why have they never, out of all the people that have doxed me recently, have you ever asked yourself why they didn't dox my employment history? Do you think it's because one doesn't exist? Because they know if they dox my employment history, it would shit on them. No, I wasn't a baker. No, I wasn't a debt collector. And that's the reason why they never, when they dox me, they never put that part out. They never disclose my previous workplaces. And it's not because I haven't had any. And I find that interesting. Because I have a LinkedIn profile as well. So let's figure this out. Because like I said, I haven't been, and I'm not going to do that on the stream. I'm going to do my own research. And unlike you, I don't depend on people on YouTube. So basically, y'all, FyeBabe ain't showed y'all nothing that she researched herself. FyeBabe gave y'all receipts, false receipts, fake receipts that Bullets Gotti put out the early part of last year. FyeBabe and QB showed you receipts for pictures that have been circulating for 3 years. But they're talking about, see, the fact of the matter is, I haven't put out anything that was recycled because I haven't put anything out yet, that is. That's the interesting thing. While you're over there talking about, I'm putting out research, I'm regurgitating, no, I do my own research. The fact of the matter is, my research hasn't begun yet. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Have I titled a live stream, Meet the Family? Did I title a live stream, Meet the Gillen Waters? I don't believe I have. So I haven't doxed you yet. Right? 6 figures, they gonna find out. She telling me, oh, we gonna introduce you to the beef sector, bitch. I'm not impressed. As a matter of fact, I've seen quite, if you are supposed to be some protege for VS or some replacement for VS, bitch, just go on and hang it up. Just go on and sell your crunchy ass wigs and get the fuck on about your business. Ease on down the road, Dorothy. Ease on down the motherfucking road. You and that sickly scarecrow over there that is on his way to the Wiz to get a brain. Did y'all notice that while he was just a talking, that she disappeared from her own goddamn live stream? That's because she seen I was about to go live. And she had to consult with the individuals that provided her those fake receipts to see if she could provide any additional tea. Guess what, bitch? They ain't got no tea on Cookie. If there was any tea for the YouTube streets to sip, bitch, guess what? Cookie Monstar spilled it, bitch. Get into it. And I thought that she was saying that she was in her 30s. Did y'all notice she was 41? I thought she was in her 30s. She's not in her 30s. She's 41 years old. So the interesting thing is, why are bitches in their 40s running around here calling bitches old? If you're 41 and I'm 48, I'll be 49 this month. Why are you calling me old? You're not in your 30s, bitch. You're 41. And you sitting up here using goddamn pictures that you edited for your own motherfucking entertainment. And like I said, bitch, I want you to have your fun. I'm going to let you have your fun. Because when the fun is done, you know what's going to be left, bitch? What used to be a bitch named FyeBabe. Because I'm going to discombobulate you, bitch. And I'm going to take my time doing it. See, you are dependent upon the bitches in your chat to take care of you. That's not a self-made bitch. That's not a boss bitch. And it's not a bad bitch. Not where I come from, bitch. Self-made bitches don't depend on other bitches to buy their clothing. Self-made bitches don't depend on bitches in their chat rooms or on social media to take care of their motherfucking children, bitch. It's not the responsibility of the people in your chat room to take care of you. That's not self-made, bitch. That's a dependent bitch. Those bitches in your chat that are super chatting you should be writing you off on their fucking taxes as a fucking dependent, bitch. No, they're not hurting my feelings. They're just letting everybody else know who it is that really pays the bills. Where the fuck you live at, bitch. And it ain't you. Yes, the bills probably come in your name, bitch. But you're not the one that is paying them. Okay? Again, bitch, I'm not impressed. Okay? Not at all. So she claims that she was an account specialist, let's see, for 8 years. From 2003. The interesting thing is, why don't you have the name of the company down here? That's what's interesting. She's claiming she was a soldier. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute, bitch. From March. Well, here's the whole thing. Were you an account? Were you a debt collector in the army? See, this is where bitches catch their stuff. This is where bitches get caught up. This is where bitches get caught up. Oh, okay. Thank you, Cocoa Puff. Okay, so here's the thing. Were you working for this bank here while you were in the army? And we're looking at the dates, bitch. So let me figure it. So you were working for HSBC, which Cocoa Puffs informed me is a huge bank, as an account reconciliation specialist, basically a debt collector. From February of 2003 to February, and that's a red flag because you all know, some of you don't know, I used to be an apartment manager. One of the red flags for deception in an application is, you see that right there? February of this year, February of that year, that kind of thing. That's a red flag. And it basically alerts the apartment manager, or the whether it's the apartment manager or the landlord, to dig a little bit deeper to verify that, to ask for pay stubs and things of the like, or to contact that company to research the company, not based off of the information that the prospective tenant has provided, but to actually look up the information and contact the company to verify the employment. But okay, February of 2003 to February of 2011, you're alleging that you were an account specialist, which is basically a debt collector. Well, were you working for this huge bank while you were in the United States Army? And here's the other thing. When did you go to college? What dates were you in college? Because you're claiming, right? You're claiming you were in college, Roosevelt University, from 2005 to 2009. You allege you received a bachelor's degree in finance and financial management services. But you were still in the United States Army in March of 2008. So how were you in the United States Army but attending Roosevelt University? How was that? How was that possible? So let me get this straight. You were attending Roosevelt University to get your bachelor's degree in finances while being in the United States Army. You weren't deployed? You weren't deployed in the Army? You weren't required to be on a base in the Army? Was Roosevelt University, and I'm going to research that university, to find out exactly where it is. Have you all ever seen pictures of her in the Army? You know, the interesting thing about a lot of times people start to come up, you give them excuses. And this is a part of why people can see things. See, I didn't fill out this information. She did. Miss Simmons did, right? So the interesting thing about the subscribers a lot of times is they will see actual receipts. Now, I didn't type that shit in there. She did. And they'll make up excuses for the content creator. Well, maybe she was in the reserves. Did the bitch say she was in the reserves? Has she ever told you that she was in the damn reserves? Is she saying that she was in the reserves? No, she's saying she was a soldier for the United States Army. She's not saying the reserves. So, a debt collector, allegedly for a big bank, with a degree in financing, decides to open a wait for you transportation company. That she's had at that time that she completed this LinkedIn profile for 7 years and 5 months. So she was running a transportation company. She was a debt collector for a big bank. She was getting a degree simultaneously at a university, Roosevelt University. And y'all don't see anything wrong with the years overlapping. How was she employed as an account reconciliation specialist from February of 2003 to February of 2011? Nonetheless, she was in the United States Army as a soldier from March of 2008 to February of 2011. And when does, I thought the United States Army, I would have to ask one of the vets. I thought the United States Army, I thought you have to serve 4 years in the United States Army. Do they have 3 years of service? I have to ask some of the vets. If there are any vets in the chat, I know other vets that are content creators in the sector. And I'm going to have to ask them about that. I thought serving in the Army was 4 years. Are you AWOL from the Army? Or did you receive an honorable discharge from the Army? Or did you go AWOL? Because the dates aren't adding up. Honey. Thank you, youngest sibling, or everybody in the chat that clarified that. They're saying the people in the chat. Oh, Joe was right there. Thank you, Joe. And I know Joe is a Marine, y'all. Thank you, everybody. Youngest sibling says her husband is a veteran, and no. So what Army were you in serving as a soldier? Okay. And you only served 3 years. while you were also a debt collector for a big bank and also running your own transportation company while also going to college to get you a degree in financing. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm not going. I just don't have it to give. Your Macro Majesty.
He's gonna die. I'm gonna die. Careful. He's not going to die.
I'm going to go through the, hey, Egyptian goddess. I'm going to go through the exact files.
Yeah. No.
Hey, Moments with Muffy. I'm going to go through. I got my dinner here, y'all, my lamb chops. And I don't want my food to get cold.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Shady is.
Yeah.
Right, Rita. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Ow, it's hurt. He died? Mm-hmm.
And that transportation logo. Mm-hmm. So this is you, honey. Do you see what's in the search engine up there? Okay, thank you, Cold Brew. Cold Brew said she's not certain, but in addition to an honorable and dishonorable discharge, there are a couple of others like general discharge. I thought so. TLC in 3 says when you are in the military, that is your job 24/7. So tell us, Miss Maywood, jacket of all trades and master of none. How were you able to accomplish all of this? At least my history is verifiable, bitch. At least I can explain where I was certain years. You just made up some shit. Because at the time that you were lying about it, you thought it would work. Mm-hmm. Rita, at the time, the lies seemed like it would work. So no, honey, apparently this ain't nothing. You claim that everything. I haven't started digging. I haven't started my investigation yet. Once I put my grandson to sleep tonight, that's what I'm going to do. So when you said that the beef sector had already, hey, Soap and Wash, the beef sector had already. No, honey. I told you haven't been doxxed until you've been doxxed by me. The only thing that you've put out is edited photos that you have turned into videos for your entertainment. And you're free to do that. You've already demonstrated how insecure. Again. Bragging about Babe Nation giving you money was nothing more than a public stroking of your ego. Because again, it is all about you, right? So are we to believe that you didn't retaliate against 7 Stars for doxing your people? As a matter of fact, their information is still on her community tab. If you go over to 7 Stars Girls Cave, all of her people's information is still on 7 Stars wall. So When you talk about catfish and pictures, I have to ask, how old is Independisa? Because according to the information that Seven Stars has on her wall, Independisa is 62 years old. Hey, Cass. Cass said you can have a medical, honorable discharge, and a general discharge. And yes, Cass is a vet. Seven Stars still has Independentia's information on her community tab. What are you doing about that, Your Macro Majesty?
What? He breaking.
Apparently nothing, because the information is still there. Right? She didn't take it down, right? Because you said that I better go find out what happened to Seven Stars. At the end of the day, let me explain something to you, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'm not Seven Stars, bitch. I'm a whole nother type of animal, ho. Apparently, you're being a braggadocious bum as usual. Because you weren't able to get Seven Stars to do a goddamn thing, because as of October, their information, as of October the 6th at 8:19 p.m., their shit is still on her community tab. So what exactly did you do about it? To resolve it, that is. Are we supposed to be convinced? Is that supposed to be some sort of intimidation tactic, perhaps? I, I, you're laughable at best. You're laughable at best. But what it goes to show is that she don't give a damn about them people. And again, she's not. Did you think about this, y'all? She's not worried about the fact that her people are going to get doxxed. She's bragging about the fact that in spite of them getting doxxed, they're going to continue to send her. See, all she worried about is her coinage. She wants to let everybody know that me doxing her people is not going to stop them from donating to her. Therefore, it's not about them. It's not about what can happen to them or their information being put out here. Miss Mac, that it's not going to affect her cash apps and her super chats. And she's bragging about the fact that they love this fake phony bitch that basically has sat here and lied about her whole motherfucking life. That they're willing to put their shit in their families at risk for an ain't shit ass bitch. And you know what? Where I come from, that tells you a lot about them. Because ain't shit bitches tend to support other ain't shit bitches. That's who co-signed their bullshit. Other bitches that ain't shit, ain't about shit, and ain't never been shit, and never gonna be shit.
Wow.
That bitch ain't get no. Did she tell y'all? If she told you about the military service, did she tell y'all that she got a general discharge or a medical discharge? At the end of the fucking day, have any of you that is talking about she was in the military, have you ever seen any proof that this woman was ever in the goddamn armed forces? Have you ever seen any proof that this broad was ever in the armed forces? Have you ever seen a photograph? We all know she loves to get her black pimple face in front of a goddamn camera, right? And again, FyeBabe, I'm waiting for the challenge, right? I'm still waiting for the wet wipe challenge. We don't care about you coming to move your makeup on a live stream, bitch, or prove that you're not wearing any. Food getting cold. So it wasn't about her being worried. This shit here is still on the goddamn wall. As of today, she ain't took shit down. This is still on 7 Stars wall. She ain't took that down. So you're talking about filters. Well, what kind of filters a chick gotta be using to camouflage the fact that she's 62 years old? And because y'all are such sloppy doctors, have you ever even confirmed that that's her and not her mother? The reason why I haven't put out any receipts is because I don't use other people's receipts, cross-reference records. Because anytime you put a receipt out here, your credibility is on the line. You see how she just got popped? Lying on a LinkedIn profile about her career and about her education. You just saw with dates that she had to input herself, that the dates don't match up. Just with Pastor Wilson having been married to some woman. So is anybody surprised that he would be in her chat? She is one of the only ones, right? Be clear about why Grown Folks TV is in her chat. Because she is one of the only ones in the beef sector, including his enemies, that will co-sign that bullshit. Who else in the beef sector bought into those receipts that ZX put out? Who else did that? Who else bought into those receipts? Everybody else called him out on it with the exception of Timothy Blaine. Timothy Blaine and Brianna. Brianna, Timothy Blaine, and FyeBabe were the only ones who co-signed ZX's receipts, even though he has a history of putting out false receipts on people in this sector. So, of course, he's going to be in the chat room of anybody that co-signs that bullshit. But the interesting thing was the commentary, the drag. See, he's over there in FyeBabe's chat telling FyeBabe to super chat me, but why didn't he clap back at QB? QB said he was doing what? Scouting out the women content creators. See, it's a reason, it's a method to his madness. And QB didn't say anything that I didn't say from the beginning. He was over there looking for the weakest link. How long have I been saying that? I told y'all he was over here in this sector on Beasley for President's platform, telling Beasley and Ghetto Intellect that he was no longer a part of this sector. I think he's watching Peppa Pig. You know, working, bring here and thing. Grandma, I had to give you this phone. I don't know what's wrong with this old phone.
Thanks.
If it keep cutting off, let's see if this one works.
Yeah, this is for work.
Yeah, no, this one work.
This is not. Your phone's not working.
Let me see. Yeah, it's working.
Your phone's working.
This one is not working. That's an old phone.
That's an old phone. It's not working.
Let's see.
Bro, that's your own cert. Is on cert. This is on cert. Oh.
Okay. See, this one is working.
Where's
That's an old
Mommy?
phone.
Where's mine?
And it just runs slow.
Where's mine?
Where your earphones?
My earphones? Where's
Get
my
your earphones.
My earphones. In bed.
Meet the Tony Box, a screen
orange broken.
building listening experience.
Okay, my orange. Right.
Here, where your earphones at, boo? Oh, here, you know what? I'm gonna give you these. Put these on.
Oh, this is big earphones. This is big earphones.
The big earphones, yes. You can wear them. Come on.
Oh, where?
Now squeeze them down so they can fit your head. Wait a minute, excuse me, y'all. That. All right, Grandma, I'm gonna plug it in. Okay. All right. Now go ahead, climb up there on the bed. Just talking about I got a refrigerator, and when my bed, child, we got a whole kitchen downstairs. The Ty just brought my food up here, right? Ty just made I told you all my sons can cook. Okay, they cook, they clean, they wash clothes. Okay, and he cooked lamb chops, wild rice, shrimp, sauteed some shrimp, and some fresh broccoli, honey. Downstairs in the kitchen where the refrigerator is. I don't have a refrigerator in my bedroom. Okay, if I did, it would be like a little mini bar type of refrigerator that you can put sodas and bottled water and stuff like that in. But no, honey, I have a big kitchen at that. Okay, but okay, loyalty and love. Yeah, listen, he had came. I had my other grandson. My daughter had brought my other grandson down here too, but he has to go to school. So, and she lives 2 states over. So, when they got, but he's not in school yet. He was supposed to start preschool, but they have him on a list because he don't turn. He's not 5 yet. Okay, so she was enrolling him in preschool, but they haven't called her in. They haven't called him. They have not called him in for the preschool program yet, but he's on a waiting list for preschool. So when she was leaving, when she had came down with the baby's dad to pick him up, he started pouting, and I was wrong. He didn't want to leave. So stay with grandma and stay with his grandmama. He does. Okay. When he's ready to leave, then he can leave. Well, if I have some other things I have to tend to, and I'll tell my daughter to come down, or either we'll take him up there, take him back home, But for the most part, they come down. Her and the old man could drive down here and come and pick him up. If I have something to do, but he can stay with his grandmom as long as he wants. Okay. So, not a bother, or he's not a bother or a burden to me at all. Okay. And used to listen when I was in the South. When we lived in the South, I used to have all of them at the same time. So certain things I'm just like immune to, like kids crying and stuff like that kind of stuff. I'm used to it. I'm a mom of 7. I'm used to kids making noises. I'm used to having a house full of children. So no, I don't have a 9-bedroom house. Okay. The biggest house that I've ever had has had 4 bedrooms. And that was because at that time, more of my, not only did I have extra spare bedrooms where people from my family from Philadelphia and my family in this, my other family in the South would come over to visit, but a lot of my family members from Philadelphia would come and just chill down at the house. Okay. So we were in the South. I used to have all of them. Yeah. He's no problem to me. What was I but yeah, so I'm going to do when he go to sleep tonight, I'm going to do research. I hadn't done any research. And it had come to my attention. Somebody had sent me an email and sent me the screenshots of which she showed on her private Zoom meeting. So she's getting up here acting like she hasn't doxed. No, she went to her Zoom, she went to her Patreon, okay, and doxed my family. So she's going to get doxed, period. Okay. I get that everybody, it doesn't have to be everybody's cup of tea. Everybody doesn't, if you disagree with it, you're fine. You're fine to disagree with. You don't have to agree with it. It doesn't mean the bitch is not going to get doxed because you're free to disagree with it. You don't have to like it. You can, quite frankly, you can have a problem with it. It doesn't mean she's not going to get doxed because she's going to. Her and QB. Okay. And although they think, I assure you, when it comes to that, the beef sector doesn't have anything on me, honey. And that you'll soon find that out. So you can stop telling your audience, "Oh, she doxed." Honey, I haven't begun doxing yet. So you're absolutely right in that sense that what I showed, I'm glad that you acknowledge that it was already information that was out here that I didn't put out because I didn't put out anything new because I didn't do any research. I haven't looked into anybody's information. So be clear, bitch. That was the first course of action that you took. That's the reason why your brother was shown. See, that's the part that you're leaving out of it. And what you're not going to do is take things out of chronological order. That's why your brother was shown. Because that was the first thing that you did. When you showed my family members on Patreon and my criminal history, right? That it came to my attention immediately when you did that. That's the reason why I showed your brother's picture. So you can go over there and create whatever type of false narratives you're already proven and which you're proven to the people in this sector. And I'm talking about the people in this sector that have integrity. What you've proven to the people in this sector that has integrity is that you are a liar and that you will put out false receipts on people to fit your fucking narrative. And the other thing that you've proven is that you don't do thorough research. So you too now have the label of being a bitch that puts out false receipts. Because if you put the information out, it's your responsibility to verify that the information is accurate and correct. If you're really going to report the news. Other than that, you're not a news channel. You're not the YouTube paparazzi. You're a gossip channel. You're a gossip channel. You spread propaganda, gossip, and slander. That's what you do from your platform. You don't put out the news. Journalists are held to a certain standard when it comes to the information that they provide to the public. They're expected to anyway. So you're basically a gossip channel. Mm-hmm. Right, Cobra. So that's your introduction to this sector. That when you get into a beef with somebody, you'll run to your platform with your little pet monkey over there from the monkey monarchy and start putting out false receipts. Are you that insecure as a woman with another woman, another dark skin complected woman? Are you and Claudiva have that in common? See, unlike I'm not Claudiva's sweetheart. So bless ZX's little heart. But she can't pack me up and send me anywhere. I'm not Claudiva. In case you forgot, I sent Claudiva running over there. So she can't pack me up and send me anywhere. Neither could Claudiva. I'm still here in my own sector. Nobody's running me out of any sector. I'm not going anywhere. I will still continue to go to the content creators platform. If I don't drop down from the chat, drop down in the chat, I watch from the clouds the content creators that I like over there in the beef sector. Nothing about that is going to change. But I'm in my own sector. I don't have any issue with any merge at all. None whatsoever. I welcome a merge. It was never a matter of them, the beef sector, not being welcomed in this sector. It was the black sector that didn't receive a warm welcome from everybody over there in that sector. At least I'm going to say, I stand corrected. Let me say, I have not experienced any not from content creators. I'm not talking about the subscribers. There's nothing that you can do about the subscribers. They make up their mind one way or the other. But I have not had any issue with any of the content creators opening up their platforms or dropping their links to allow me to come onto their platforms or blocking me when I come into their chats. So they've been, in my opinion, I haven't experienced any rejection. Now, I've heard them say that they don't want the black sect, they want us to go back every time. But keep in mind, they say that once we fall out. How do you have so much disdain for the people in the black sector? Or you give comment. So that's basically like, I liked you then, but I'm mad at you, so I don't like you now. You know, that juvenile bullshit. Am I supposed to be moved or impressed by it? No, I'm unfazed by it. Okay? I don't have to prove anything to your sector because your sector saw exactly what happened. They saw that whole exchange between me and FyeBabe. They know that sector knows the content creators. I'm not talking about the subscribers. I'm not talking about moderators. I'm talking about the content creators, including the vets over there in that sector. They know I haven't been over there clout chasing on every panel. Every time somebody drop a link, hitting a panel, trying to be seen, trying to join every conversation. They know that. And they know who's been doing that. And it hasn't been me. How many platforms in the beef sector, how many content creators platforms have I been on in the beef sector? So there was nothing for me to be rejected from. Because I wasn't trying to get into the beef sector to beef. I could stay right here in my own sector and do that. I can hold the grudge forever. So it doesn't matter how much time passed. I could stay right here in this sector and continue to drag the motherfuckers that I've been dragging if I'm in the mood to beef. I don't have to go to a whole nother sector and start beefing with somebody else. I can stay right here in my own sector and do that. Just like the people in that sector are probably more, they don't care about staying in their sector, beefing with the people that they've been beefing with. Most people don't venture outside of their sector, going someplace else looking for problems or looking for trouble. Like who does that? Other than people who want to beef, or other than people who don't have any other content. ZX does not have any other content. Have you looked through his channel and seen the content? He doesn't have any other content. People, but I want y'all to pay attention. He has I'm back, bag lady. I'm sorry. I'm back, y'all. I don't know why I was getting choppy. Is that better? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Okay, thank you, Miss Pretty Wings. What I was have you nobody has seen him go back at QB? Duchess uh, uh Duchess Kelly Love's live stream. I haven't even had an opportunity to watch Brianna and Pizarro's stream. I'm going to be listening to streams as I'm doing my research. So I haven't even had an opportunity to watch their streams. But pay close attention to that, because QB did drag him, and he heard it, because he's always somewhere watching and lurking, just like you seen him. Guess what? I'm not subscribed to his channel. I can't tell you what his last 3 videos were, but I bet you he can tell you what mine's were. See, he needs somebody to get the victory for him. See, make no mistake about it. FyeBabe was the target all along. Because you have to ask yourself, if there was a content creator, he was clout chasing from the beginning. If there was a content creator that was actually interested in building, he's over here, right, talking all of that pro-black bullshit, family, claiming that he's about community, claiming that he's about the betterment of Black people. Well, why hasn't he sought out those type of content creators? Why isn't he aware of those type of content creators in the beef sector? Have you asked yourself why he's only going to the platforms of women? Because he was doing exactly what QB finally got the testicular fortitude to call him out on. FyeBabe's co-host, the one that he was over there scouting out the women that he could prey on, like the predator that he, empathic nature. Make no mistake about it, getting next to FyeBabe and into FyeBabe's camp was his goal from the very beginning. Weak. Think about the people that he turned on and started attacking, and why he turned on them and started attacking them. Why did he attack Miss Olivia? Why did he start going at, he was attacking anybody. Why did he start attacking FyeBabe? Because she wouldn't go in on Jazzy. Ain't that right? He wouldn't call out. They went over to the black sector, over to the beef sector. Talking about black sector business. The first time I had a panel to address anybody in the beef sector, it was about beef sector people being in black sector business. So when she wouldn't go in and attack, when she wouldn't go in and call out Jazzy, what did he do? He used what happened to Timothy Blaine at that point in time as a loophole to be able to attack her. And if you recollect, it was actually me that was one of the women that called him out on the fact that he had did that. So I'm not impressed by the fact that he's in her chat room sending super chats, because content creator, because that's what a lot of these predatory black males do, that are not able to build successful channels and maintain those channels of their own accord. So what they do is strategically align themselves with black women that have on and popping channels. And yes, one of the ways that they do that is by trying to finesse the women by feigning romantic interest. But Cookie Monster wasn't going. That's why he was rejected from the very beginning. Because I saw him, I was waiting on him at the door too. And one of the reasons why he started attacking me was because he could not control my shit. I was not a bitch that he could manipulate in the way that he manipulates other women. He could not manipulate me like he did Diddy Loop Loop and others. I wasn't going. So a lot of times when these males, it's not me that was rejected from anything. He was rejected. None of these people have ever talked about the fact that I sent this man a cease and desist to stop harassing me and to stop harassing my subscribers and my moderators, because he was stalking me and stalking my channel. When my business was finished with him, when I told him I didn't want anything else to do with him, I didn't want him at my platform, I didn't speak on this man. It was him that it's him that doesn't let go. Listen, y'all, let me tell you something, Rita. Those receipts are still on this channel. So therefore, anybody that was interested, and I'm talking about the panel where me and him fell out. Yes, he's going to kiss the ass and pretend to be nice. But make no mistake about it. Everything he said, these chicks are only one step away. They're one or one disagreement of them being in Tracy's shoes. If they think otherwise, you sit back and you wait for it. The only women that hang around that dude are women that themselves are just as sociopathic and narcissistic as he is, and women that vicariously, or women that are insecure about themselves. So they will support a man that abuses women. Everything that FyeBabe claimed that Jay Wilson was, I haven't heard Jay Wilson call any women bitches. I haven't heard Jay Wilson call any women whores and hoes and sluts and thoughts. I haven't heard him. I've heard him drag women, yes. But I have not heard him use those vile, disgusting terms that this so-called straight man uses when it comes to women. I haven't heard him do that. I've heard other content creators, male content creators in the beef sector do it. I haven't heard Jay Wilson do it. So it was interesting to me to sit back and watch her sit up there and label Jay Wilson an abuser that will beat up a woman. So when you said that nobody knows you, nobody knows whether or not people are telling the truth, well, FyeBabe, you will be correct. And we just popped you as being one of the people that come online and lie about your life. We just popped you with your own LinkedIn profile. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, because I haven't begun to do my research yet. But I will be. And the only thing that you could produce is receipts that you obtained from Bullet Scotty or Grown Folks TV that were proven almost a year ago to be false receipts, fake receipts, inaccurate information. And the interesting thing about it is that the men in the beef sector that are gay men are calling him out on it. They don't find they don't find his behavior that of a straight man. And see, that's what he wasn't banking on. He wasn't banking on breaking into the beef sector and having the gay men in the sector. This is coming off as gay as men, as undercover closeted gay men behavior. or men that are bisexual. It's not coming off as straight. That's something that we've been saying in this sector for how long? This dude feigns that he likes women. He does not. He likes the benefits of associating with women. There's a difference. I was never fooled about that from the very beginning. And if anybody had taken the time to actually read the cease and desist, you would know that one of the reasons why I ended all ties with him is because he was so abusive and so controlling and domineering. I have a large part of my audience that are survivors of domestic violence or are relationships. So this dude and myself am a survivor. This dude, I didn't come to YouTube to allow some fucking bum on YouTube, some bum that aggressively begs and bullies people. I didn't come here to let some dude on YouTube bully me because he pretends that he's attracted to women and gives you compliments and tells you you're pretty and that these other chicks are jealous of you. You're the one. This is pathetic that women would even still be falling for their bullshit. And yes, a lot of times people assume that because I am a single woman, that that's the way. No, it's not. I see. Do you think the interesting thing is you keep bringing up my record and you see what business I was in? What makes you think that I'm susceptible to men in business before that tried to get over or tried to pretend? Yes, right. So make sure you remind your queen with the crown that she borrowed from her daughter. It's not a crown, it's a tiara. That's too small for her head. Make sure you let her know why I am a felon. I found it interesting that she got over there and all of a sudden she know R. Kelly in there. She got kin that's related to kin that know somebody that know somebody that know R. Kelly in there. Let me tell you something about a bitch that would be stupid enough to say that black women were raped by slave masters because they had better sushi. Let me tell you something about a dumb bitch like that. See, the fact of the matter is you've already given up your daughter. You've given up your daughter on YouTube. You've allowed the people in your audience and everybody else's audience to have access to your daughter so that you can benefit from it financially. So I'm sorry, not sorry. You would be one of the type of to become the sexual objects of a grown adult sexual deviant for what they stood to benefit from it. You do it now. So what's supposed to be any different? Why would that be any different? If you know what you have to deal with, hey, Triple, if you know, listen, okay, and she can look better than me. She can't dox better than me. How about that part? How about that part? She can look better. But apparently she can't dox better than me. How about that? So she's already given the public access to her daughter, for which she stands to benefit. Because the question would be, when you think about the things that happens, and keep in mind, y'all, she's not in the mommy sector. She's not in the mommy sector. She's in the beefing sector. Hey, Win Shanty. Hey, Proud Glamour. She's in the beefing sector. She gives the beefing sector, not just Babe Nation, she gives the beefing sector access to her daughter, for which she stands to benefit from it. What other reason would she do it? What other reason would you bring or put your child in front of a camera in a beefing sector for? Because it benefits her financially. So sorry, not sorry. You would absolutely be one of the mothers that, as long as you could benefit from it, you would be the type of bitch that would rationalize that at least it wasn't the average Joe, it was a celebrity that you were giving your daughter away to as a sexual object for his perverted deviances. Sorry, not sorry, bitch. I'm not going. I'm not impressed. I wasn't impressed with the fact that you have to tell your 9-year-old daughter that you expect for her to do the same thing that you do for your mother. Drive however long to bring her tacos. See, if you were worth the words MOTHER, you wouldn't have to do that. You wouldn't have to tell your daughter that. You know what? Because it would be the guidance and the love, care, and concern that you showed her that will be reciprocated back to you. You would get back 100-fold what you put into your child. You don't have to sit there and tell your child what you expect from them. She hasn't even that type of, think about that kind of stuff. And in her mind, it made sense. I'm quite sure you didn't care who likes it, because you don't give a damn about anybody but yourself, and that includes your child. See, if you were in the momming sector, that would be something that would, make sense. But you're not. You're in a beefing sector. The sector that you failed miserably at introducing me to this evening with your fake receipts. Because you're an incompetent doxer. Any doxer that relies on information from other people is incompetent, especially when they don't verify that the information is correct. So absolutely. That's the psyche of the type of mothers that do justify in their minds their child going off with the perverted sexual deviant. Because make no mistake about it, those parents are culpable as well. Unless it's an instance of where the child had run away from home or something and ended up in one of R. Kelly's sex slaves. But for these parents to come up here and acknowledge that they allowed their child, what the fuck did they think he was looking for? He wanted to spend time with their child for?
Not big again.
Didn't we just see all of this coverage in the YouTube, on the YouTube streets, about Brother Polite drugging, allegedly drugging and violating the child of one of his lady friends, one of his air quotes wives? See, a lot of times they're not interested in the mother in the first place. They only befriend the mother to get access to the daughter. And despite all of that, this is the reason why I don't let women shame me about being single. See, the fact of the matter is, I never just brought random dudes home around my children. Because yes, that was always a concern for me. So no, they were. I don't give a flying flip. If it came down, I didn't play that when it came to my own relatives. Motherfuckers that's in my family that's fucked up, they wasn't around my kids. I didn't play that shit.
It's not right.
Felon or no, or not. No, they can't go to so-and-so's house. No, they can't go see auntie and uncle so-and-so. No, they can't spend time around this cousin. I'm not no. And I stayed on my younger siblings about that as well. See, once something happens, you can't undo that damage. You giving them permission to go to a sleepover, you don't know who the fuck is in that house, in addition to the parents. How do you think people get access to your children? Who do you think it is that's getting access? You think some random stranger is getting access to your children to violate them? That the beef sector has a part of the LGBTQ community. Some of them have been open about their stories, even the males, about being violated as children. Who was it? A total stranger that did it? No, it was a trusted family friend or damn relative. So no, I don't give a damn who it is. Especially those that are coming from that whole what happens in this house stays in this house goddamn generation. If the domestic violence happens in the house, that's supposed to stay in the house. If the molestation happens in the house, that's supposed to stay in the house. Oh, you don't want the white man to know nothing about we're oppressed. Miss me with the bullshit. Because see, a part of that was to protect the black male predators that were doing that shit, and to protect the mothers that allowed the abuse to go to fuck on. That's what that was about. It was the conditioning of the children to remain silent about motherfucking being violated and fucking abused. That's not a conversation that you want to have with me, because you ain't gonna like this type of teaching. You think seeing these bitches rally around a man that they know is abusive? I'm not just talking about, I'm talking about, it's just ironic to me that women thought it was normal for grown folks TV to be commenting on Tracy's ovaries. That's indicative of a man that has a disdain for women. And as with all abusers, they attempt to mask that. They wear a mask and pretend that they like women, that they have a care and concern about women. That's as long as she's acquiescing to his abusive needs. That's as long as she's telling him what he wants to hear and going along with everything that he says and agreeing with everything he says. Doesn't matter how wrong it is. Is that any damn different? The era that I come from, where a woman gets beat and you may go to one of your family members or a neighbor or somebody to confide in. Okay? And they tell you, Well, what did you do? Or maybe you just shouldn't do that. Or maybe you just shouldn't do that. Maybe you just shouldn't say that. Oh, well, don't make a man. So no, absolutely. More and more, you see women getting charged with the same type of crimes these men are getting charged with. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that R. Kelly should be the only damn one in jail. I believe those people that enabled him to do that should be there as well. So the question would be, why was he allowed to do that? Because make no mistake about it, he was allowed to violate those girls in that way. He was allowed to do that. And it wasn't just the parents. Yes, they're responsible. But what about all the other celebrities? Do you think that none of them were privy to what he was doing? Do you think that nobody in the music industry was aware of the fact that this man had a fetish for minor girls? Did they not continue to collab with him after a video came out of him pissing on an underage girl that was initially alleged to be the niece of Sparkle? Do you think these people weren't aware? They were aware of it. But guess what? They're talking about R. Kelly, but that's not an isolated incident. I'm sorry, it absolutely is not. It absolutely is not. Just like the domestic violence that goes on, the intimate partner violence that goes on behind closed doors. Or when a man gets accused of sexual assault. Oh, well, he could have any woman that he want to. Why would he have to take it from her? Look at the way she looked. Didn't they do it with Bill Cosby? Why would he want to rape? Rape is not about sex. It's about power and control. And they've interviewed actual rapists and asked them how they choose their victims. They did that on MSNBC. That was one of the interviews that Chris Hansen did of a convicted rapist. And he talked about how he chose his targets, what he looked for in a potential victim. Like, where have these people been? What planet have they been on? I'm not a YouTube chick. I'm a chick that's on YouTube. I'm connected with the reality. I haven't lost myself in virtuality. I do a lot of research. I do a lot of reading. This is not R. Kelly is not an isolated incident. Sadly, Brother Polite is not an isolated incident. On my Nubian Narcissistic Abuse channel, my Nubian Narcissist Nemesis channel, I covered the Eliana DeFries story. Do you know that beautiful little girl, that there was a witness that seen that grown ass man leading her across the field, knew her from the neighborhood and didn't intervene? Why do you think he didn't intervene? Even though he knew this was a little girl. And he knew what this dude had been in prison for before. He had been in prison for almost murdering a woman and sexually assaulting a woman and leaving her for dead. She survived. Eliana did not. And there was a grown man that was a witness that saw him leading her across the field during school hours. Does he stop him and say, hey, what is she doing? What's going on, man? He knew her from the neighborhood. This was a child. Is that an isolated incident? No, it's not. You got these grown behind men in the community sleeping with underage girls. I'm sorry, ain't no non-black man coming into the community and doing that. That's these niggas that's doing that. And you got other niggas and other women that sit back and know what's going on, and nobody says anything about it. They don't turn them in. They don't call them out on it. It's almost like one of those unsaid things. Oh yeah, well, yeah, we knew. Same thing with the damn grim sleeper in California. You got men that had gone in there and cleaned up blood out of a van after this dude had contact with women. Did they report it? No. But when the white man come around to do the story, initially they act like, hey, white man, we don't want you in our neighborhood with that camera. We ain't snitching. We ain't ratting. No this, that, and all the other. Only to turn around and give the man an interview and admit, yeah, I saw this and I saw, yeah, you niggas are always seeing something. You're always hearing something. So the celebrities, in my opinion, just give these niggas an opportunity to deflect from what goes on in the neighborhood every single day. If you want to talk about felons in one instance, don't just talk about the felons that get it. Talk about those that commit felonious acts that get away with it. Talk about the Negroes that you sleep with, that are in your own family, that prey on little children that you don't that you know about. Talk about the uncles, the cousins, the grandfathers, and the daddies, not just the stepdaddies, but the biological daddies that done preyed on you or your children. So R. Kelly is just a deflection for them to be able to put him up and say, look at what R. Kelly did. No, look at what that nigga around the corner is doing. Look at what that nigga that you're calling your homie is doing to little girls. You don't find that problematic? You realize that the way women get beat now, the luxury of women being able to go to follow. You know how many women get killed with restraining orders? And that a lot of women get killed as the result of restraining orders, of them filing a restraining order, of them finally taking a stance and standing up to the abuser. Do you realize that that is when they become abusive? So a lot of people think this shit is a joke. To say, oh, this person is behaving like this because they're rejected. It's not funny what they're doing. People that are ignorant of NPD, they think it's funny, but it's not. And what they do to the people that have to survive this shit is not funny at all. So no, I don't carry certain people a certain type of way because you can't. that can mean your demise.
Hey, wait, what?
If you underestimate what the fuck they're capable of. What you're seeing a lot of is goddamn smear campaigns. Smear campaigns, triangulation, and goddamn gaslighting. And the people that are ignorant of it don't know what it is. A narcissist has become such a goddamn buzzword and such a lucrative. When I first started my YouTube channel, do you know who on this platform was talking about narcissism? Or when I first started researching the topic, Sam Vaknin. That's it. Him, and then Melanie Tonya Evans. Kalia LaRoche. Deborah Cooper was talking about it. In part, she interviewed experts that had written books on surviving relationships with narcissists. Kim Saeed. It was a handful of people. All of these professionals have gotten in on that topic because it's financially lucrative for them. One of the reasons why the narcissistic abuse community was formed is because there was not a lot of help and support for victims. They were getting the validation for their experience online. And a lot of times they came online looking for a solution to the problems that they were having in the relationship. They think it's some kind of game no, I don't play games with these type of people because I know what they are and I know what they're capable of. So yes, the way that I'm going to carry them is going to be completely different. I'm not going to play games with them. I don't know why people think empath is synonymous with doormat. A lot of people are running around talking about their empaths, but they don't, they may not have done the research on why the majority on what makes an empath. Empath is not a technical term. It's not a clinical term. HSP is. Highly sensitive people is, not empath. One of the things in part that makes an empath is growing up in a family of origin that's toxic, dysfunctional, and abusive. And you learn to accommodate the needs of the abuser. So you're constantly walking on eggshells. So you have to be hyper vigilant. You have to know when it's safe to talk. You have to know when it's safe to go into a room, not to go in a room. So you become hypersensitive and almost able to read the body language and interpret with your own body intuitively what the abuser wants. So you become hypersensitive to everything that's around you. There are people that come out of narcissistic abusive relationships that initially are not, they're in denial about what their family of origin was or what their authoritarian was. One of the assignments that Barbara DeAngelis, the woman she's a native Philadelphian, she wrote the book, Are You the One for Me? One of the assignments that she told women that were looking for the one was to take out a sheet of paper and write down all of your relationships, not flings, not one night stands, actual relationships. And write down the character traits of each of those individuals. You're doing this on one side of the paper. You're folding the paper in half. Doing this on one side of the paper. On the other half of the paper, write down all the attributes of the individual that was the authoritarian figure that raised you, the authority figure that raised you, whether it was your mother, your stepmother, your grandmother, grandfather, auntie, whoever. And see if those character traits, because a lot of people pick toxic men and don't know why they do it. That's why they repeat the cycle over and over and over. They're doing a lot of things subconsciously because it's inculcated in them to do it that way.
No.
After you create that list of all your significant relationships, the names of the individuals, all of their individual character traits, if you have to fold the paper multiple times, do that. If you've had a lot of significant relationships, and write down the character traits of those individuals, and then see if that compares with the character traits of the authoritarian that raised you. And you'll find that they mirror the traits that you choose in a partner. That's why women repeat that process again and again and again and again. Oh, the niggas ain't shit. This ain't shit. No, they don't get the gist that they're choosing, albeit subconsciously, their parent or whoever the authoritarian was that raised them. They call that repetition compulsion. Repetition compulsion, where they try to go back subconsciously and rewrite the story. If I can do X, Y, and Z, my mother, my father that didn't love me, didn't reject me, or that rejected me, if I can just get it right this time, that's a whole nother live stream. But it's a very deep subject. So no, I would never fall. Not at this point in my life would I ever fall for a creep like ZX. He's not somebody that I would find that would turn me on either. So yes, I do get highly offended when people say things like that. I knew what this dude was, but see, a part of the thing that happens on YouTube is that you feel like, okay, well, I don't have any personal relationship with the person. I can just keep them at a safe. No, there's no safe way to handle a snake. And I had to find that out the hard way. I think what a lot of people do is that they try to become professional snake charmers because they believe that there's a safe way to handle toxic or dysfunctional people. I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about people that are broken in a way. You didn't break them, first of all. You didn't break them, and it's not your job or your responsibility to fix them. What'll happen in the process of you trying to fix these broken beyond repair motherfuckers is that you will get broken. That's why you have so many sisters that are broken. But some of these chicks are not, you're not going to be able to save them. They're not interested in being saved, first and foremost. They're not interested in healing. They believe that hoeing somehow is the new trend. That's not healing. That's why they haven't healed. That's why they continue to hoe. A woman in her natural state is not going to be hoeing. She's going to have respect for her body, respect for her time, respect for her energy. No, she's not going to just give it away to any old smooth talking snake. So when QB called grown folks TV out, make no mistake about it. They knew exactly what he was and exactly what he was doing. But I told you a lot of times these people play YouTube politics. They play YouTube politics. And when it comes to getting the bag, they don't give a damn about integrity, honesty, or nothing else. And that's just the fact of the matter. If I showed you a YouTube video, which I was going to start doing and start repurposing it, and then giving doing voiceovers and doing my commentary in retrospect. If I showed you some of the previous videos I did, it would blow your mind. You would think it was a different person. And it's not because I look different, because in those videos, I used to do all of my videos on camera. I'm fully cammed up. You would think it was a different person. But at that time, when I first came to YouTube, I had done a lot of healing and a lot of work on myself. And I think where I made my mistake at on YouTube is trying to help other people before I had actually healed completely myself. I still had healthy boundary issues. Not so much when it came to men. I was guarded when it came to the men. But when it came to women that presented as other victims or survivors, I carried them differently. And a lot of the things that I've experienced on this platform brought back all of the toxic wiring, the dysfunctional wiring that started in my family of origin. It tapped into all of that. With each betrayal, with each backstabbing, with each backbiting, it brought out more and more of that more animalistic survival type of skill. I've been on my own since I've been 13. Literally on my own. And taking care of my siblings. And at some point, my nieces and my nephews and my not only I'm not going to say with my nieces and my nephews, they've always been like my children as well. But my cousins, because it wasn't just my household, it was my cousins as well. So once I've always had a house, I've always had a house full of family. Now, in more recent years, I've changed that because I have healthy boundaries now. So I'm more selective about who I have around me. I'm not running to the beck and call or running to the aid of every single family member that cries for help. I don't do that anymore. Was there a time when I did that? Absolutely. My mother didn't raise my siblings. I did. So I'm more like their mother than my mother is. Does it mean I hate my mother? No. Me and my mother have had those conversations. A lot of shit is generational. I don't just get up here and say shit just to say it. I don't point out or call out shit in no damn body else. And it's not me projecting. If you present like a motherfucker that has those type of issues, yeah, I'm liable to suspect that you got some other shit going on. I ain't never been one to get up here. No, honey. I don't get up here and pretend I live in the upper echelon of society using Grey Poupon and all that other shit. No. Have I lived? But I've lived in neighborhoods like that. I don't live there now, but I have. I've lived in upper middle class neighborhoods. I moved to the South to get out of Philadelphia. You know, so yeah. And sometimes people can come from or have families that are toxic, but because that's the only thing that they have or the only thing that they know, they return back to what's familiar. It's often not until you have to be around other people, and when you observe other relationships, a lot of times dysfunction is normal for a lot of people. And the thing about it is that a lot of times when you're in like those communities, the pro-black communities and stuff like that, you believe that other people are born living these privileged lives, and nothing can be further from the truth. It's just not the truth. And it's not until I ask, sometimes I wonder, have these women ever talked to other women from other races? Or have you succumbed to the brainwashing with black men playing games, triangulating you against other races of women, the same way they do colorism within our community? Playing dark-skinned women against light-skinned women, light-skinned women against dark-skinned women, light-skinned women against biracial women, black women against non-black women. That's a game. And they do it to cause chaos, confusion, and separatism. Period. Do you know how long these people have been running with this narrative that, oh, I'm this dark-skinned insecure? No, a lot of the bitches that are saying that are the ones that are insecure. I might not take shit off of other women. I may get nasty and gritty with other women, but I don't hate or have a disdain for other women. I just have a low tolerance for a lot of bullshit. And disingenuous or disingenuousness. So a lot of times when you're trying to when you come to the realization that some things about your life have to change, or some things about you have to change, if you don't have a support system within your own family or within your own community, that's when the internet at one time was a beautiful thing, because you could log on to places like YouTube or log on to other online communities and other forums and talk to other people that were bold and courageous enough to tell their own story, which is why I tell my own unapologetically. Nobody can tell my story for me. If I start releasing my previous videos from my first channel, do you know how stupid these people are going to look? You can't tell a goddamn story I told myself 4 years ago. You can't tell anything about me to people that I haven't told myself. I know who I am. That's why I don't allow people on YouTube to define who I am. I know what I am, and I know what I'm not. So unlike a lot of these people, I didn't get up here pretending. As a matter of fact, I was very open and very candid about my origins, about my time incarcerated, about my trials and tribulations, about my marriage, about my shortcomings. I was very open about all of that. So there's nothing that any of these people are going to be able to say about me that I know is not true about me that's going to affect me. There's some things that I do find annoying. But I've never been that chick to be running around here salivating over these dudes on YouTube. No, ma'am. You may have the wrong strip, but you definitely have the wrong hoe. And the people that know me best on this platform they know that that's not what I'm giving. Never have. Not interested. I didn't come to YouTube for that. And I don't carry myself as the thirsty chick running around here looking for validation and needing approval from men. I respect the men that respect me. And it's really just as simple as that. It's not complicated. The men that respect me are respected. The men that come into this space, you will see them be respectful. I don't care what they do on their platforms or anybody else's platforms, but you can rest assured the men that know me that come into this space, they're not in this space abusing women or doing things that are harmful to women. And they know that that's not something that I tolerate on my channel. I can't control what other people do on their platforms. But the men that I disrespect are men that disrespect me. And men that don't respect boundaries, my boundaries. Due to a sense of entitlement. The other thing that a lot of these male-identified women make it complicated, when you acquiesce to an abuser like that, what it does is embolden them to have an even bigger sense of entitlement to some shit that they're not entitled to. So if they are used to being able to manipulate and finesse all of the women, if you are one of the bitches that don't fall for that, yes, they're going to have a problem with you. And there are some women that are fearful, that do try to avoid conflict, that are afraid of being attacked. That's not anything that I attempt to shame women about. I take issue with the women that sit there and co-sign that type of shit and think it's funny. They always think it's funny until it's them. They always think it's funny until it's them. So if they used to, just pulling up and, hey, pretty, hey, this, oh, you look like this, oh, you sexy, oh, I would want to wife, and like, come on. You think I spent 8 years in prison with my thumb up my ass because I was dealing with small amounts of drugs? Who do you think the majority of my clients were? Or who the majority of my clientele was? Do you think I've never had a man try to finesse me or try to get over? So no, I wasn't about to come to YouTube and have dudes on YouTube finessing me to get control of my channel or to get me to build their shit up for them. A lot of these dudes use women to build their channels. They use women to promote them. They use women to do everything from graphics to any and everything that they can use women for. They do it. One of the most absolute craziest things to me is that everybody knows who, well, most of the people that are familiar with the conscious community knows that Sonetta came onto this platform with a wife that he had been with for many years. From the time he got out of prison, while he was in prison. And as a result of him building a platform and gaining popularity and securing a bag, where is the wife that was with him when his ass was raggedy? But that's that's the sense of entitlement. And the last time I seen a video of Sonetta, after all of this shit with Brother Polite, the video that I seen of Sonetta, this pro-black that was here for the sisters, that was here to critique the brothers that was choosing the non-black sisters over the sisters, not loving our sisters. And women hear that shit and just fall for the bait. And this motherfucker's running around here doing what now? Calling women bitches and hoes. Oh, but they gonna call out the other niggas that's doing it. Now they're doing it. And now you don't hear him mention Cynthia, his wife of all those years. He's running around here calling a woman his wife that he met on social media in that conscious community. She's his co-host. Why can't his wife be his co-host? These are the games that these dudes play. So no, I'm not impressed with none of that black power bullshit. And I stand by what I said. Even though I live in the hood right now, right? I would advise every sister that can get out of the hood to get as far away from it as you can. I said the other day, you need to be in a community, whether you're single or whether you have a family. You need to be in a damn neighborhood where if somebody starts attacking you and you call for help, somebody's going to come and help you. Or at least the chances of somebody coming to help you is better. Instead of a motherfucker holding out a camera, hollering world star for fucking social media. These motherfuckers just want to be seen at any cost. So yes, absolutely, I take issue with motherfuckers trying to project their motives onto me. I'm good where I am. And unlike a lot of these motherfuckers, I have the ability to actually create content. I just haven't been doing it. I haven't been applying myself to that. I have no desire to, although these motherfuckers are going to be addressed because they address me. But what tends to happen is that I tend to say, when I get ready to fuck a motherfucker and go back to doing what I feel like doing. It depends on what I feel like doing. If I decide to stop addressing the bitch and just go back to creating content and ignoring the bitch, I'll do that too. I've done it. But me and her aren't beefing because she's beefing. She's just mad because she was rejected. At what part was I ever trying to be a part of Babe Nation? How often did you see me drop out of the motherfucking clouds? How often did you see me drop out of the clouds? That would be the question. How many times? Or can you produce screenshots of me being consistently in FyeBabe's chat or QB's chat? You're not going to be able to do that because those receipts don't exist. I wasn't over there trying to be seen super chatting. Right there. No, FyeBabe was rejected. Because the truth of the matter is, FyeBabe came over here to this sector believing that she was going to be able to recruit me as another flunky. And it was her that was rejected. See, because she got the gist early on that I wasn't going to be a bitch that takes orders or a bitch that just gets out here and windmills. That's what she expected. She was looking for another groupie. So no, it's not her that rejected me. She thought she was going to come over here to this sector and finesse me the same way ZX did, only to find out I'm not going. And although you think you clocked me, you don't fucking know me any more than he does. You know what ZX doesn't have, despite the fact that I've had conversations with him on the phone? My personal business. So sorry, not sorry. ZX can't give you any tea on Cookie. I didn't have those type of conversations with him. I didn't have conversations with him of a romantic interest or about my personal life, despite the many conversations I've had with him. And I was not the one that made romantic advances towards him. It was the other way around. And I dropped those receipts. And for the purpose of those that are coming from the beef sector that may have never seen those receipts, I'll show those receipts again for that purpose. For that purpose only. I wasn't the one expressing romantic interest in him. If there was a romantic interest, where's the proof of that? This is why I say a lot of these people are just gossiping and running smear campaigns. You don't have any proof of me having a romantic interest in that man. None whatsoever.
Sorry, it's cold. You can't. No ticket. And no movie. No soul.
Now, you can't control what people are going to think any more than you control what people are going to say. You want to get down to the nits and grits of it, the truth of the matter, ZX was rejected.
No movies and no candy.
He had a temper tantrum on my platform. The same way mine's, I don't know who it is in the chat that's bothering Rita, but could you get him out of here, please?
Go right there,
no, you get up out of here.
You go, man.
Bye, bitch.
You go right there.
Now go take your butt hurt ass somewhere and complain about it.
Come on.
Okay?
Come on.
So the same way that ZX had that temper tantrum on Pastor Wilson's platform and then ran to his platform after that, it's the same thing he did to me.
The movie's good. No tickets. No movie. No.
And then repeatedly made video after video after. Do you know how long I ignored that dude?
Oh, yeah. The big one, the big small ones, the small ones.
I sent him a cease and desist and told him to stop stalking me, my channel, my moderators in my chat room. That our business is finished. Go on about your motherfucking business. Do you realize that those people that have been running with that narrative, that on the Nubian Narcissistic Abuse ICU channel, all of those receipts are still there? They're not interested in looking for the truth. If they were interested in looking for the truth, they would have found it. How many videos are on this channel with his name in it, in the title? I'm talking about the Nubian Narcissistic Abuse ICU channel. All of the receipts are there. All of the receipts debunking that false address, that FyeBabe, that was done almost a year ago. All of those receipts are on this channel.
This is the button. You click the button.
Yeah, I see that. You know, and that's a part of that. That's another weird thing that these motherfuckers do. Go from chat, they go around in chat rooms.
What's wrong with this? It's keep moving. Come on.
Let me show y'all something.
Where's working? The buttons.
And stalk other damn content creators. Y'all remember I told y'all my address at 13211 Crescent Springs Drive, where my apartment was facing the pool? See, people should have pictures, right? And you can see my daughter there behind me getting out of the pool. She got a bathing suit on. This is that same apartment. And that's my grandson. So when people say things like they've been in the armed forces and shit, I expect at some point to see the pictures that back those type of stories up. That's me with short hair, y'all.
I was working. I was working. Mark on. It's noisy. Give me this time. Is it working? Oh, it's this.
And yes, I do put me an old nasty piece of blind. Especially in the summertime, child. Let me show y'all something. And this is not, I don't like this picture. And I have a video that goes with this picture. I believe it's in my Google Drive. This is my grandson. This is when you will glam my and taking pictures for social media is life. This is when everything was social media was becoming, you know what I mean? Everybody was doing it. Listen, let me tell y'all something. And this is impromptu as fuck. Where am I some big oomfa loomfa? I've never. Where am I some big oomfa loomfa? Bitch, you could never. You see that waistline, honey? And I'm snapping pictures, glam baby in hand and all, y'all. That's when I used to take pictures of everything. I didn't know how to hold the camera. I'm sorry, but I've never, and this is after 7 kids, honey. Okay? Oompa loompa where? And clearly that's me, right? Oompa loompa where? Where have I been an oompa loompa? And listen, y'all, I'm gonna show y'all the video of me. When I find that video, I'm gonna show y'all that video of me holding my grandbaby while I'm taking this while I'm taking these darn, hold on. And I got it's a whole bunch of these pictures. It's like a stream of, you know how you take a bunch of pictures at one time? Let me show y'all this. And you no, honey, ain't no oompa loompa here. And guess what? And listen, and I know I'm gonna get dragged because of this wig. This is when I first started experimenting with lace front wigs. But I know I'm gonna get dragged. But let's have at it. I've taken perfect pictures too. Okay, honey. This is my house, honey. That's how I live, honey. Do you see the floors, honey? Do you realize I have pictures of the houses I've lived in? I still got my wedding ring on, so at that time you can see I was married. Oompa loompa wear, honey, and I don't have a girdle on. There's certain type of pictures that only my husband has been privy to. Do y'all really want to see what my body looked like after 7 kids? And you think you in your feelings now, creating fake, phony videos and stuff? That's what you want, honey. Think what you want. Ciao. Okay. Sorry. Wrong chick. I don't know who they thought they had. But no. Let me show y'all something. And so y'all know pretty much this is like, I'm in the same, I gotta be like it's around the same time because I got the jewelry on. And where I'm at is I'm in my bathroom in that same house. Oompa loompa where, honey? I don't have any shapewear on. And again, you can see I have my wedding ring on. With an old nasty piece of 30 color blind in the front. Honey blind. Where am I Oompa Loompa at? When you see the Oompa Loompa, you let me know. And honey, ain't no filter on those pictures. You got the wrong chick. And I don't have any makeup on but lip gloss. And as y'all can see, that's the same phone. But I've seen women on here do that to other women and distort. Here's a picture. You want to see a picture of me that they've said time and time again. I've put filters on to make I'm showing you what my natural skin tone is. Do you think these motherfuckers that's talk? You think people have never seen a picture of me unfiltered with no makeup on? Do you think they've never seen pictures of me with no makeup on and no foot? They've seen pictures. Just like they know goddamn well I ain't got no false teeth or no part. Why is it that they always have to talk about somebody's teeth? What is their obsession with false teeth? Are you going to put that case on everybody? Everybody has fake teeth and false dentures. Everybody has partials. You couldn't think of nothing else better to say than I don't have my real. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that the best that you got? That was so lame and mediocre. It's almost like how many times they give people the same cases all the time. I don't need to wear them. I have eyelashes. Okay, Tanya Comfort. I said, what's up? It's just it was just mind blowing. I mean, it's like I'm saying to myself, like, do these chicks? Let me ask y'all. And when I showed this video, y'all, ZX asked me, he wanted to critique my wig. Okay. Now at this time, I was just experimenting with full lace front wigs and lace front wigs. And my style, I'm sorry. And I ain't got no girdle on, honey. My kangaroo pouch is there. I wear my kangaroo pouch, honey. If I could put my Newports and my lighter in my kangaroo pouch, bitch, get into it, I would. I'm proud of my kangaroo pouch, honey. That kangaroo pouch carried seven children that came out of my vagina. So ain't nothing about me shamed about my kangaroo pouch. But wear a girdle? No, honey, I don't have to. That's after 7 babies in my 40s. So yeah, am I surprised that they make up shit? Hey. But oomfa loomfa, honey, no. Bitch, you could never. Now I think I'm gonna show y'all one of my older videos. Well, I'm gonna upload one of my older videos for y'all to see. Should I get these bitches in their feelings? And listen, My hair looks, I sent this picture actually to my husband.
No.
And my hair looks a hot mess. I don't know motherfuckers gonna run with this, but I'm gonna show y'all this. Honey, this was my body after 7 kids. That was in 2007. That was taken about 6 or 7 months before I moved to Charlotte, North Carolina. I think we moved in Charlotte between December of 2007 and we were completely moved by January. I think my oldest son was still sending some of my stuff, sakes and stuff, still sending some of that stuff. Everything we didn't take with the movers, everything the movers didn't take, my son was still sending me stuff weeks after the fact. But we had already moved to Charlotte, left Philadelphia and moved to Charlotte. That was in 2007. I'm sorry if I don't fit. And see, that's a picture that no dude on YouTube is at this type of picture. No dude on YouTube is going to be able to show. So you're getting the premiere here. It's not a nigga on YouTube that can show you a provocative picture like that. Not a one of them. They can't tell you nothing about my business, about me, bitch, because they don't know nothing about me. Nothing. They can't tell you a motherfucking thing about me that I ain't told you. What they know, what you know. The tea that you know, that you think you know, that's what they know. They can't tell you nothing about me personally. So yeah, you're going to have a lot of niggas running over there. Oh, I got the tea. I got some stuff to give you on Cookie. They can't give you shit. They done already had you look like a goddamn fool. FyeBabe looked the same goddamn way. Did when he put out them fake receipts on Pastor Wilson for him, it did the same fuck. Everybody knows I don't live in North Philadelphia. Do you know how many times I've filmed my neighborhood, film me going out my front door, showing my street sign? Get the fuck out of here. Like, what planet do y'all motherfuckers come from? The child like a hot mess, face-wise in this picture. But y'all bitches really don't want me to come on camera. I have no need to come on camera like this, honey. That's for my man to enjoy. That's for the next Mr. Brown. That's for when I divorce Mr. Brown. That's for my husband number 3 to enjoy. That's not for niggas on YouTube. So, honey, that's after 7 kids, bitch. And those are the type of pictures I took for my husband. I don't have random niggas calling me on the phone while my child is asleep. When I'm getting ready, bitch, you ain't fooling nobody. You know what, you stupid bitch? You probably was getting ready to leave your motherfucking daughter in the house by her motherfucking self to go and fuck that nigga somewhere. If you ain't bring him over, allow him to come over your house while your daughter was asleep. And then leave before she wake up. You look like the type of bitch that'll have your child seeing you lounge around in a motherfucking towel or waking up to come in your room to want food and seeing some random nigga laying up in your bed. You ain't fooling nobody, bitch. Not at all. Child, let them tell it. I'm tatted up. Honey, I ain't got a tattoo on my body. Not one. Not an initial, not a dot. But listen, I said for my 50th birthday, I wanted a scorpion rather, on my back. Like just like in the dip in my back, with the tail that sort of swung around like my thigh. You know, when you get 50, you just want to do some crazy shit. My cousin's been trying to get me to get. My cousin's like, girl, you would have the perfect. Listen, my cousins and my sisters are tatted. They ain't got no more room. And I used to always get pumped up, but I don't like needles. Now that's some tea on Cookie. I don't like needles. Okay. My cousins have been trying to get me. I remember the first time my cousin went and got a tattoo. Matter of fact, the cousin that they doxed, she went and got a tattoo from 13th and South from this. It's kind of like, it was like almost like a black ink, but not really. You know, but that was the black ink of that part before they tore down Martin Luther King Plaza projects. And she went there. This is when I was living on at 1418 Catherine Street. Right. And they went and got and I was all pumped up, telling her, oh, yeah, I'm gonna go get one, child. No. They don't have no more room on their body, in my opinion, for motherfucking tattoos. None. My nephew in his high school on his prime, well, one of my nephews on his prime, just give y'all a quick glimpse of that, because you know these motherfuckers is weird as fuck. So this is my nephew. That's one of my nephews, and that's his high school sweetheart on prime. Just because I don't show my family to these people, don't think these people know nothing about me. Because they don't. And you remember I told you my friend, you see if it's a way if I can obscure some of the photographs, because my brother and my sister are also in that picture. This is Bill, right? That's really his name. And this was the lover of Dwight. You remember I told you my friend Dwight that passed away. That's his lover, Bill. Remember, I told you that when I was in the South, I had Dwight took care of my mother. He took very good care of my mother, looked out for my mother. And that's my nephew. Next to my nephew is actually, I'm obscuring my brother and my sister's face, but that's my sister there holding the plate at my mom's house. Just because I don't show these people, I show. There was a time when I told my subscribers that I was going to show them if I had private live streams that let me just go ahead and show y'all. I'm not ashamed of them. That's the white in the middle. And you see Bill with his rainbow shirt on. And that's my sister. He passed away of HIV-related complications. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say, was it I believe in 2018. We're going into 2019. So what was the first thing I was saying? Oh, she's homophobe. No. You don't know anything about me. You think you do. Okay. And these pictures here, hold on. These are acting. This picture right here, I definitely can't show that picture because my mama's in that picture with White and Bill. Hold on. Let me see what I can block out. Hold on. It's Mousy, Bill, my mom, my sister, and Ty at my mom's house. So no, you won't be seeing that picture. That's crazy that you can't even show. This is when my sister was pregnant. I told people, I said, listen, you're doxing the wrong people. The majority of the people in my family, even though they're black, they have black mothers and black fathers, they have hair like Indians. So do my grandbabies. They have big, thick, curly locks. Well, locks of curls, not dreadlocks, but locks of curls. And I don't know how. I was telling people that when they started showing pictures, I said no. The majority of my family has hair like Indians, and that would include my mother. And they kept this at my mom's house, right? They kept showing all of these pictures. That's Bill. That's my sister when she was pregnant, and that's the white. And they kept showing all these pictures. Oh, this her sister. This her daughter. You don't know who the fuck any of my family is. You think you do. Y'all motherfuckers went online, searching through social media, and anybody that had the same last name as any of my last names, you brought them to YouTube and said, this is my family members. The irony is some of the people they were showing might have been people that were related to marriage, through marriage, that may have even been related to my first husband that I don't fucking know. They may have just been introduced or basically become a part or associated in some way with the Tolbert or the Fuller family. But the creepy part about it is, why do they have a need? It's almost like they talk about people being obsessed. The question would be, why are these people obsessed with what your family look like, what your mama look like, what your kids look like, what your daddy look like, what your cousins look like? And y'all, before coming to YouTube, I had never experienced no crazy shit like that. But it's almost like they believe that they are entitled to see your children, to see your mother, to see your father, to see your siblings, to see your spouse. No, you're not. You're not, and the only thing that you are, and you're not entitled to that. Content creators have the right to show you which one if they choose to share their family with you, they have that right to do that. And they have the right not to do that. But these motherfuckers are so weird. They have no life. It's like they become obsessed with your family because they don't have one. They don't have one. So they want to know what your family look like, what everybody look like. They want to know. They become obsessed with your motherfucking life. And then you get these weird type of people that want to see it too. So no, you're not celebrities. You're just damn YouTubers. But they act like they follow you like the motherfucking paparazzi. You see the way they was coming into the chat, trolling Rita earlier? They follow you like the motherfucking paparazzi does. Waiting to get listen, they're around in the bushes and the clouds, waiting to get a shot. Waiting to see a camera slip, waiting to see you to see something. They want to see your house, they want to see where you live, they want to know what you look like. That's none of your motherfucking business. Why get a motherfucking life? If your life has been reduced to you only having a life when you're following motherfuckers around, every channel they go to, everywhere you know they are, and these motherfuckers think it's normal, I'm sorry, but it's not. That's not normal behavior. And while they're talking about somebody else's mental health and other people they are in fact the ones that have the mental health issues that they have not been diagnosed with or have not addressed. Because there's also reactive abuse. And that's in part what Pastor Wilson was talking about last night. What he was describing was reactive abuse. Things like QB sitting over there saying, "Are you triggered yet? Did you get triggered yet, child?" And that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's what it's designed to do. So when you know what they're doing, why would you give them the gratification? That's what they're intending to do. They want you to go live and shout and scream and cry and bitch. That's what they want. These motherfuckers have never seen me break down or seen me cry. Do you realize that they have been trying to do that for 4 years? To see me break down? It makes these motherfuckers livid when they can't break you. When you keep on going, oh, that makes them angry. Because what they're doing and what they're saying is designed to sit you down, to shut you up, or to chase you off of YouTube completely. That's what that's what their ultimate goal is. These motherfuckers have never seen me cry. They would never, these motherfuckers could never. Not when I know how cowardly a lot of these motherfuckers are. They would never get that kind of satisfaction out of me. Have they heard me scream, shout, and yell? Yeah, of course. But these motherfuckers, they're not, no, these are not, and I'm not talking about mental health that's treatable with medication. I've been open about the fact that I'm bipolar. I've been diagnosed as bipolar. I take medications for bipolar. I'm treated and under the care of a psychiatrist because of bipolar disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. That's documented. But what these motherfuckers are they're not bipolar. You're not seeing bipolarism. You're seeing personality disorders, whether they're diagnosed or undiagnosed. Most motherfuckers with personality disorders do not get diagnosed as having personality disorders. That's the reason why a narcissistic abuse community was created on places like YouTube. Because they don't get diagnosed. They don't get diagnosed because they don't believe that they're the ones with the problem. They believe you're the one with the problem. And a lot of them successfully convince the people that they victimize that they are, in fact, the one that's crazy. That's what gaslighting is designed to do, to make you question your perceptions, to make you question your reality, to make you wonder and ponder whether or not you're seeing what you're seeing, hearing what you're hearing, heard what you heard, and sense what you're sensing. That's what it's designed to do. People use that word, but do they really get the gist of what a gaslighter is and what a gaslighter does to you psychologically if you continuously expose your psyche to that type of damn individual that's playing games with your fucking mind, that's doing something, you see them do it, and then when you call them out on it, they're telling you that they didn't do it. That's saying something, you heard them say it, other people heard them say it, but they're telling you they didn't say it, or that's not what they said. You heard what they said. You have to trust your own instincts. And gaslighting is in part designed to make you question your own reality. And if you subject your psyche to that over and over and over and over again, it will affect you psychologically in a very negative way. Well, I don't even know what that comment is supposed to mean, Mother Edwards. I don't know what you mean by that comment. My brain doesn't go numb. So yeah, people think, yeah, they think it's, they think there's certain things, there's a difference between roasting and gag. Yeah, there's a difference. These people don't seem to think they don't have an issue. They don't give a fuck about destroying somebody's reputation or somebody's, they don't care. They don't give a fuck. To them, that's strategic commentary. No, it's not. It's slander, not defamation, gossip. And I'm just not I don't find that entertaining. Again, I'm not a part of the beef sector. There are those in this sector that, yes, we can beef and roast and stuff like that, but I think that there's a difference when people don't have, hey, oh, thank you, Gil. Wow, that's interesting. Okay, so how was she able to attend? And I'm going to check the I'm going to check for that university. How was she? Here's the thing. How was she in the Army Reserves? Well, not in the Army, I'm sorry. She's listed as a soldier in the U.S. Army. And so she says in March 2008 from February 2004, there's already a discrepancy because she's saying that she's only, and I'm going to drop the link for that LinkedIn page, y'all, so you can see it for yourself. I'm going to drop the link to her LinkedIn page, to FyeBabe's LinkedIn page, and you can see it for yourself. So, how were you attending a university in Schaumburg, Illinois? You were in active military duty. That makes absolutely no sense. I'm going to pull up that I just clicked the link for that school. Okay? So, and she would be absolutely correct. But here it's saying it's Chicago, Illinois. This is the school, Roosevelt University, that FyeBabe alleges that she graduated from. Well, how were you attending this university while you were in active military duty? That's the university. I just clicked on FyeBabe's LinkedIn page to the university that she alleges that she graduates from with a bachelor's degree in finances. How were you in active military duty but attending Roosevelt University in Chicago, Illinois? Or even if it is Schaumburg, Illinois, I don't know that much about Chicago. One of my closest friends lives in Chicago, but how are you attending Roosevelt University while you're enlisted in active military duty? And why didn't you serve the complete 4 years in military service? So here's the university. This university has 62,523 followers. They say that they have campuses in the Chicago Loop. Yes, they have one in Schaumburg. They have one in Peoria and one in Lake County. So how are you attending Roosevelt University, which we've now confirmed is in Illinois, in 2005 through 2009? During the time that you're claiming that you were in active military duty. At the same time, you're claiming, see, this right here is kind of like where you get popped. Because you couldn't work at a bank as a debt collector from February 2003 to February of 2011 for 8 years and 1 month. During the same time you were in active military duty. You were in active military service. While simultaneously attending Roosevelt University. Nope. I'm not going. Not at all, honey. Right, DC? But and DC is a soror. But if DC, how would that work with her being in the military, taking classes online for a college degree? And Cinnamon 0909 is saying that, and she had a baby and went to rehab. But like I said, she's saying, oh, she's over there doxing my. I didn't dig into her information, not yet. I just started. Even though it came to my attention, which is why I showed her brother in the first place, that she had been down to the Zoom and had showed pictures of my family members and showed people my criminal history. And based on the fact that I had not doxed her at that time, it didn't make sense to me that she would do that. That was her first course of action. But unbeknownst to her, I've been doxed repeatedly for the last 3 years. Me and my family. Both my spouses, my other relatives. They haven't found all of my siblings, because it's a lot of us too. Okay? Nor do they know who all my children are. They're actually doxing my cousins and my nieces and nephews. So there's a reason why you have to be protective of your family and be very careful. Don't give these people any goddamn information about your family or your spouses or anything else, whether it's male or female. Reed said Tracy D said she went to rehab. And that mirrors what Cinnamon 0909 said. And Rita said she did. That was the second time. Okay. DC the Purple Diva is saying that most military use the GI Bill to go after serving. because I'm assuming that, they get special, they get certain certain cuts on prices and certain discounts, or certain things that they would be afforded as veterans. Okay. Oh my God. This picture here makes me laugh. This is an old picture, y'all. Old picture. This is when my kids was little. And it's so funny. I think when they get older, it seems so funny. Because I think in your mind, they'll always be, they're your kids, but they'll always be, even though they're grown, it's difficult to see them. I don't know, it's not difficult, but it's funny when you look back, right? You see my daughter with her natural hair, honey. All my daughters have very long hair. My grandbaby has very long. My granddaughter, not only do my grandsons have a lot of hair, but my granddaughter has very long hair. Hey, 5'9" plus size beauty. 5'9" plus size beauty says, hey, Miss Cookie, as a veteran, we do use our GI Bill after service because college is free while on active duty. So are you saying that after you complete your tour of duty, that you use the GI Bill for discounts like on colleges and stuff? But the thing would be, how would somebody be attending college, a college that's located? So now, did the woman say that she ever went to a remote campus? But I want y'all to pay attention, because you see how they come up with, well, no, we're not going to believe what she told us. It ain't what she told us. Did she say she attended college remotely? No, she said she was in the military. I'm inclined to believe what she said or what she told us. Most people that are in the military, this is what YouTubers said. YouTubers said you can go to school while in the military. They have remote campuses on post. Military will pay while active. However, no one lists soldier on a resume. They list their, what is it? What is the MOS for? Is that some sort of veteran acronym? Most recent job? What is the acronym for MOS? The military service job. I'm just trying to figure out what the acronym for is for MOS. Hey, Custard. 5'9" plus size beauty said, "What war did she fight in?" I'm OIF. Okay. 5'9" plus size beauty said the MOS is your job title in the military. DC, you're tracking. Are you tracking, DC? And DC is a very educated, a very highly educated. That's what I say. You never know the background of the people in these chats, even of the content creators. And DC is a very highly educated sister. Okay. So she has DC said, I don't see any online program on their website. So that we can rebut, we can cancel that. So she wasn't remotely taking college courses while she was in active duty. Right. So apparently the people that are in the military, they have different ways of being able to identify what their position was in the military, I guess what their rank was, what their job description was, and they have a way of identifying which war they actually fought in. Okay, thank you, YouTuber. YouTuber said it's military occupation specialty, aka job. Thank you, YouTuber. You got it. Chill says she may be an online soldier. Rita said, why didn't she go to the vet hospital like military do? Mm-hmm. Right, YouTuber. See, we got to remember when the internet became an on and popping thing, y'all. We got to pay attention to that too. YouTuber said most colleges did not have online programs back then. She got weight loss surgery. Oh God, don't tell me that. Y'all know I'm extremely petty. So now y'all gonna have me out here looking. That's my son in the middle. That's the one y'all seen with the tattoo. This is 3 of them. I got pictures of them at their dad. I got a lot of pictures of my kids. And I got pictures of them at dad's house when they was little and stuff. Mm-hmm. This is a picture, y'all, of my goddaughter, right? Let me show y'all. You remember that same apartment I told you about, 13211 Crescent Spring apartment 16. This is my kitchen, honey. I never lived in filth, sweetheart. Don't make me hurt your feelings. That's my goddaughter. I should have blotted out her face, but don't make me hurt your feelings. I've never lived in filth and squalor, sweetheart. I've never had a nasty house. My floors are clean enough to eat off of. Okay? And even when I lived in an older house, like I was in some of the videos when I lived in various parts of North Carolina, Charlotte being one of those places, my house was never filthy, bitch. Even when I came on, even I used to come on camera all the time. Filthy house where, bitch? I'm sorry, I keep telling you, you got the right strip, but the wrong hoe. I don't live in filth, never did. Okay. Y'all have never seen that picture. Y'all probably have never seen the picture, well, the videos. Because showing somebody a still shot is one thing. Let me go into the YouTube studio. So remember, they can't show you no picture or no damn videos because I have all the originals of everything that's on the internet. I have the original of it. Every photograph, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, or whatever website it may be. Okay. Um, show you something. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna go to this video here. I have to keep it. It's still in draft form, so I'm thinking I should be able to see it. This is a part of keep in mind, y'all, some of the videos, and I said a lot of times you can repurpose content, right? And some people have never seen me. And in this picture, right? I'm wearing my natural hair. My hair is cut short. This is when I first came to YouTube, y'all. Okay. And what these people have been doing is playing in your face. The date that this video was recorded was October the 7th of 2018. Okay. And I'm not new to the sector. Created in this sector. And keep in mind, y'all, I just uploaded it from computer. Okay. Well, I didn't just upload. It's been in the draft way. The way that it is, you can actually see how long it has been sitting on private, y'all. It's a part of original content. Hold on, let me stop trying to share that. I want you there. Hopefully y'all can see. Let me see something. StreamYards is acting crazy. Okay. Do y'all see that? And this is straight off of my computer. You see the date on it. So these people have been playing. Okay, no, this is it my sound? Can you hear me? Is it buffering, y'all? Let me refresh it. I'm back, y'all. I bought some I needed some new earphones. I got my I got a pair of earphones, but I let sometimes I let my grandson listen to his little programs with the earphones. So let me see. With these bad boys, it's still choppy. You know what? I think I'm going to ask for a refund from StreamYards because I found this program called Melon, and I think I want to try them out, or at least I'm going to go for a little trial run with Melon to see how that works. Because I noticed that doesn't happen until I try to share this. Until I every time you notice every time I try to share the screen when it comes to videos while I'm live streaming, I have that same issue. And that's why I have to pay attention to the chat, because sometimes, well, if I have my earphones on, the only thing I'm going to hear is what's coming through, because I don't have another device. So the only thing I can hear is what's coming through my earphones. And my sound is going to sound a certain way because I'm hooked up directly to the microphone. Okay. Like, and I got a Blue Yeti. So give me 1 second. Plug this in. Okay. And I'll try to share it again. Now, the sound quality, I'm not going to play the video in its entirety because this is going to be a part of the content that I repurpose, because I'm going to be giving it in retrospect, and the sound quality is kind of low in the first place. But let me see if this mic is actually up pretty high. I just noticed that every time I try to share the screen, that happens. It's an issue with the sound or some sort of buffering. And it's still just a spin, just a spinning, just a spin. And my Wi-Fi signal is saying that it's it's saying that it's all those are there. Let me just wait. Be patient. Hey, Miss Philadelphia. Hey, Miss Press Juice. Yeah, so hold on. Let me give it a check. I noticed that that's an issue. Every time I try to share, let me remove my every time I try to share the screen, it does that. I close out some of these other windows. Sometimes it's something window open that's pulling on the Try it one more time. If not, y'all, this is going to be a part of the content that I repurpose and just add additional commentary over it, because I'm looking at it back in retrospect. But I told you guys, if I was to show you some of the videos that I created when I first came to YouTube, at that point, I had been separated from my husband for quite some time. And I had initially come to YouTube basically post marriage to a malignant narcissist, or a person I suspected to be a malignant narcissist. And at that time, there weren't so many professionals talking about narcissism. It was primarily survivors. And that actually is my original content. So when I tell you guys that when I first came to YouTube, I always was cammed up when I gave my commentary, that I mean just that. Okay? And the people that tell you otherwise stand in your face, especially the people that have been here for a while. Now, as you can see, I uploaded this right on August the 2nd of 2021. It's been on private because it's still basically in a draft mode in the YouTube studio. And listen to the sound quality. I said, well, I have to probably give some commentary in addition to it, because sound quality is not all that great. I'm going to turn it all the way up, but I'm not going to let the video play in its entirety, because a part of what I'm going to do is I was going to start premiering these videos with basically the lessons that I've learned in retrospect. Because I think what was going on is that there was still a lot of codependency going on, and still a lot of basically struggling with my boundaries. But keep in mind, it wasn't until the dissolution of that marriage that I really started going back and tending to my unfinished business with my family of origin. So when I first started creating YouTube videos, that's what my YouTube videos were about. They were about, they make fun of the Cluster B, but they cut off the fact that my original channel was Cluster B Free Me, not Cluster B. That's how they abbreviated. So I didn't just start talking about narcissist yesterday. I've been doing it for the last 4 years. And I've done a lot of research. No, I'm not an expert. A lot of the people that are considered to be experts, you don't have to be an expert to describe your experience. That's just one more way that they try to minimize your capability. And I recognize it now as a manipulation. It's just one more way that they can tear you down, to invalidate your experience. You don't have to be an expert to have life experience and to share that with other people. That's called paying it forward. So they'll make fun and say, oh, it's a fake psychiatrist. No, I've never said that I was an expert. Those that are considered experts in the field of narcissistic personality disorder, with the exception of those like Dr. Ramani, are not experts. They're survivors that have done research, that have worked with clients. That was never my aim to give consultations. No, that was never my aim. It was just basically paying it forward, describing, basically bringing narcissistic abuse awareness. People think what these people do is funny, but I've seen people come out of these relationships and not be able to function. I've seen women not want to bathe, not want to take care of their children, not want to live anymore. Nothing that these motherfuckers do is funny. So yeah, at times I do get in my feelings because I'm looking at it from a different perspective. Empaths can only see the world through the eyes of an empath. You see the world and everybody in it through the eyes of an empath. You can't see the world through the eyes of a person that doesn't have any empathy. And I think that's the mistake that a lot of women are making. They're looking for empathy when it can be found. But they repeatedly try to get this validation and this approval, and they're willing to do anything and everything for it. I've never met as many narcissistic women as I've met on YouTube. This has been probably my first and my worst. Well, I can't say that because in retrospect, I think some of the women in my life, in my immediate family that were authority figures were a bit narcissistic as well. Either they were narcissistic or severely codependent. And they coddled abusers. And they failed to protect their children from abusers, my mother included. I've been very candid about that. That's not something about my life that I'm ashamed of. That's a part of my story. And these people would never be allowed the luxury of being able to weaponize my story against me. My story is for me to tell. You can't tell my story. Nobody has any tea on me. If there's any tea on me, I've already spilled it. I've shared those things with my subscribers. So again, this is in 2018. Okay. Let's see if it'll play, if it'll be nice. I'm not going to play a video in its entirety, y'all. I wanted to do a video to discuss what a malign or malignant Hoover is. I elaborated on it in a previous video where I was talking about how the narcissist will lure the target into a false sense of security. And I wanted to explain why that is so effective. Okay, so if you see me looking down, I'm actually reading from my notes. Okay, so one of the reasons why the Hoover tactic is so effective is because it's the closest that a victim or target gets to the idealization phase of the narcissistic abusive relationship cycle. Okay, one of the reasons. Well, I'm going to play it. I told y'all I'm going to repurpose it. I'm going to repurpose a lot of that content, y'all, and you'll get the chance to see it because it was my intent to start premiering. Yes, it is really low, Tracy, and you probably will, I can hear it clearly, but one of the issues that I had when I listened to just the actual video without the headphones on was that the sound was really low. So I was going to repurpose that, and basically you couldn't hear anything. Tracy 3, it's low. It is really low. And when I actually listen to the actual video, now me, I have headphones on. I have a headset on, so I can hear it crystal clear. But without the headphones, the sound was really low. The audio was really low. So I was going to repurpose a lot of my old content and give commentary on it in retrospect about the things that I've experienced, or the things, not the things that are so much as the things that I've experienced, but the things that I've observed, like certain patterns and certain behaviors. So I think that there was a time when I had so many regrets. But I think that was a part of what happened, what was supposed to happen. I think I believed that I was ready. The thing is, you can have knowledge about narcissism. You can know on an intellectual level what it is. You can know the signs. But all narcissists are they have the same behaviors or the same modus operandi, with the triangulation, the idealization, the devaluation, the discard, the gaslighting, the ghosting, the breadcrumbing. They have those behaviors that are similar. But keep in mind, narcissists also custom detail who they present depending on what they want from that target. They're like chameleons. Sociopaths operate in the same way. And when I was talking about reactive abuse, when I was referring to Pastor Wilson, I was saying that when a person gets triggered like that and they start reacting to what's being done or what's being said about them, one of the biggest hits when it comes to the topic of narcissism is the smear campaign, how to handle the smear campaign. If you type into the YouTube search engine, narcissistic smear campaign, and if you just read the comments, you'll see that what you see in these spaces between these two sectors, when you see people slander people with information that's not true, and that sort of thing, that's a part of what you're seeing. So I look at things a little bit differently. And I don't just go along. I've never been a go along to get along type of chick. And that bothers people. If you're a person that can stand on your truth, they're definitely going to have a problem with you. If they're hiding behind a fucking facade, if their whole life is a fucking lie, they're going to fucking hate you because you can stand on your truth. A lot of these people hate me that much more because they have not been able to break me. You can't break me if I've mended what was already broken a very long time ago. And if I've put in the work to repair what was broken, not by anybody on YouTube, but by my own mother, what the fuck do you think? Why would I allow, after all the work that I've done, people on social media to break me? If anything, it's made me more wiser about how to navigate on a journey. That's it. And when they don't see you break down and acquiesce or fall apart or be sad, you know what they've hated most? That it doesn't matter what they've attempted to do, no matter how many times they've tried to slander me. Do you know how long I spent almost an entire year fighting a fucking smear campaign with actual fucking receipts? These people don't give a shit about the truth. They give a fuck about being clicked up with the more popular YouTuber. That's never been my fucking stilo. And these people hate you. They hate me. They hate you in part because of it. Fuck no, I don't. If you're a lying ass bitch, I don't have to get up here and co-sign your bullshit. If you lied about something, I don't have to pretend that I don't know that you're. No, I don't owe you that. I don't have to lie for you. Am I lying for you to protect your life and limb? Am I hiding you from an abuser? Is an abuser asking me where you are? And I'm saying I don't know. Is it that type of lie? Is it a lie to protect somebody from actually hurting you that has the ability to hurt you? Other than that, I don't owe you that. I don't owe it to you to lie for you so that you can continue to fucking look good on fucking YouTube. What the fuck do you take me for? No. And yes, they have a problem with the fact that I don't do that. I refuse to do it. I don't owe you that. No, you don't. Nobody owes the person that. I don't give a fuck what they feel. These bitches are so invested. And no, and keep in mind, I'm not even talking about people that for them, YouTube is a job. I'm talking about the motherfuckers that at the end of the day, sometimes I wonder if it's even about the money. It's not for some of these motherfuckers. It may not even be about the money, y'all. It's about the validation. And on YouTube, they get to be somebody important. They get to be somebody special. They get to be somebody respect when the fact of the matter is they're not respectable, because respectable people get respect in real life. They don't have to come to social media to get respect. Do you ever see these people that claim to be these great human beings? What are they out actually doing in the fucking communities that they live in? Why are they only on social media claiming to do these glorious, vainglorious things? Do you see them volunteering for a soup shelter? They care. Do you see them volunteer at a goddamn domestic violence shelter? They get up here and they fucking brag about the fact that they don't have any criminal records. Well, here's the thing. Even if you do have a criminal record, you can still volunteer to do different things at shelters and including domestic violence shelters. The only thing that will prevent you from doing that is being a sex offender. Other than that, you can volunteer. They get up here and they brag. Felon. What are you doing for the people in your community? I'm not talking about with your money. I'm talking about with your time and with your energy. But there's so much about Black people. But nonetheless, they talk out of both sides of their mouth and out their asshole. They talk the good talk. What do you actually see them doing that's tangible? What do you see materializing? You don't see shit materializing. You may see their platform growing, and that benefits who? Yeah, that's a part of the hook, that they're doing it for the community, that they care about Black men, that they care about other Black men, that they care about Black women, that they care about Black children. Look around the goddamn Black community. Who cares about Black families and Black children? How do you care about Black families? How do you care about Black women when you're a fucking womanizer? When you're spreading yourself thin over a multitude of households? When you're trying to have every woman you can have? When you're trying to be the only man surrounded by a whole... Here's the thing. Narcissists have harems of women. And within that harem, there's a hierarchy of different women. Creeps like ZX would never be able to fool me. Just because you see something, it doesn't mean you automatically call it out. And what you'll find, what I found, I'm going to use myself. What I found is that even when you try to find a way to safely deal with individuals like that, it's just not possible. You can be cordial with them, and they're so mentally deranged, they'll turn around and turn that into something more than what it is. For them, it's not cordiality. This man sat over there for hours and hours and hours and hours and ranted, saying things like, look at you, look at her on the panel, eating my ass. Everybody in the sector seen him do it for hours, y'all. Because I clicked the link and went over there on this panel and was, trying to engage not just him, but the other people that were on the panel, as well as the audience, about a topic that didn't involve beefing. That somehow turned into, look at her, she was over here. That is not a fucking thing he could do for my channel. That's not a fucking thing that he did for my channel. I didn't gain anything from associating with him. My channel didn't grow because of him. There was no clout to be gained from him. These are their delusions of grandeur. While we sit back and watch him clout chase. This is a 55-year-old goddamn man. These women get up here every day. Now, earlier today, FyeBabe and QB were talking about responsibility and accountability. Well, what do you have to say about a grown-ass man that wasn't paying his fucking bills? While you're shouting out Grown Folks TV, you don't have any commentary about the receipts that were dropped from the city of Philadelphia? So who's credible? The receipts in black and white from the city of Philadelphia that I showed, that Tracy showed, or what's coming out of his mouth? This is why I say these people will see the receipts and then turn around and talk about somebody else being irresponsible. They saw this dude super chatting But what they also saw was when he was initially over there super chatting FyeBabe and me and him had gotten into it, I showed the paperwork for the house being in foreclosure that he was up here bragging about. He's up here bragging about houses that he swindled out of a senior citizen that was dying. Goddess Effect was a personal friend of his for over 8 years until he turned on her. She knew a lot of his dealings. She knew him before he came to YouTube. He's trying to give everybody the impression that he was trying to, no, he wasn't trying to help that old woman. He was going to his Facebook page basically saying shit like he was wishing that he just wished he would just hurry up and die so he could get the houses. Nobody has ever asked this man why was Miss Hazel's name still on that other property that they were foreclosing on. Because that was a part of the condition for her to sell him the houses. He didn't meet this. How do you think he met the woman? Did he ever tell you how he met Miss Hazel? Ask him how he met Miss Hazel, the woman that he bought the houses from. He's lied about the prices. He's got up here and lied and said he paid this amount for the price. I showed the proof with the receipts from the city of Philadelphia how much he paid for the house and proved that he was lying with documents. So at what point does it become evident to people that these people don't care about the truth? Those that do are far and few and in between. If you don't mind, listen, the liars are going to flock together. Those that have no integrity, they're going to flock together. And a lot of times people get fucked up because they have a bigger audience or because they have a bigger support system. And that means what? It means that they have, to me, it means that they have more people, more access to people that they can fuck over. They're not here to do or give anything of value to these people. They're here to use them for their finances. Point blank, period. There are people that are here because they enjoy doing commentary. They enjoy the roast, the gag, but not all of them are. Some of them are here as fucking predators. And they just go from space to space to space looking for new targets. I see these people coming before they even listen. I don't care about what these people think or what they say because I've seen the type of shit that they do. I've seen the type of shit that they co-sign. And that video I just showed, I'm in my house. You can hear my grandchild in the back. So no, I've never had a house. And that's actually a different house. I've never had a damn house where I've lived in filth. Not ever. My children have never been dirty. But see, that's a part of the stereotype. People that don't get dressed or that come out of the house looking in any kind of way, they think because you dress nice, that means that you got dressed. I don't get dressed up for a special occasion. I'm dressed every single day, even if I don't go anywhere. But they bought into that shit that he told them that I wanted to look my very best for him. Are you fucking kidding me? They bought into his bullshit. Do you know how many women he's said that same thing about? She's mad because I rejected her. And every fucking time he says that, the same woman that he sent that fake receipt to about my record, he said that about her. Every single woman that has called him out on something or stood her ground on it, it's always been because they're mad because he rejected them. Like, come on.
Okay.
How many times do they see that? What gives that any wind is the fact that you have women running around here desperate, fighting and biting over these men like they are. And if you think these dudes are not taking advantage of that, then you would be mistaken. Oh, she hate men. She's a lesbian. No, I'm not a lesbian. If I was, I would be a proud lesbian. Okay. Secondly, I don't hate men. There's always men in my chat. There are men that come to my channel. My bro, Leandre was in the chat earlier. There are men from other sectors that come to my chat occasionally and show me love. The men that treat me with respect, that's reciprocated. We respect each other's boundaries and we don't have any issues. There are people on this platform that have content and I guess you could say ideologies and, commentary that's the polar opposite of mine. We do not butt heads, but we are 100% aware that we are in the same space or in the same algorithm. Why is that? It's about respect. These people know nothing about respect, but they demand it. At the simple, to slight them in the simplest way is a sign. They understand disrespect when they're disrespected, but they can't comprehend, or there's a disconnect when it comes to things that they do and say that could be perceived as disrespectful. But pay attention to that. You think him not going at QB is by accident? I've seen these men that go around this platform and attack women again and again and again and again. Do 1 or 2 videos about a man that they beefing with, and then you never hear nothing from them again. They never addressed each other again. I'm sorry, never addressed each other again. I've seen them do it. But they will stalk relentlessly. And why do you think they do that? Why aren't they, and I don't have an issue with, I'm not a racist. Why do you think that they're not doing that to Caucasian content creators? I can guarantee you they stay in this space because they know that they're allowed to get. They're not going to go to a space just like they don't in reality. They don't go anywhere and violate non-Black people, especially non-Black women. A lot of these dudes are cowards. They stay in this space because it's a space that they can dominate. And why is that? Because it's primarily Black females that they can bully and intimidate, and then recruit women as flying monkeys to act as enablers, to help them stalk, harass, and fucking cyber terrorize other women. And if you do not stand up for yourself, I am ferocious for a fucking reason. I did not leave an abusive marriage to come here to fucking YouTube to have some chump bully me out of a goddamn thing, or tell me where I can go, or tell me what I can do, or tell me who I can talk to, or are you fucking kidding me? That's why they stay in these spaces. Just sit back and watch. Watch when they get into dust-ups with men, how long they go back and forth with each other. But they'll drag a woman again and again and again and again. What are batterers, men that make a habit of battering women, what are they notorious for? When they're confronted with another man, by another man, what are they notorious for? There's a reason why the majority of abusers beat women behind closed doors. There are some that beat women out in public. But one of the reasons why Black women are beat out in public is because they know nobody's going to come to help her. That's the reason why you can see or get a viral video of a Black woman being beat on the street. And you see all of these big, burly Black males standing around watching, but nobody intervenes. Not even the call of the law. They stand there like the cowards that they are, and they watch. What other community do you think that goes on in? Do you think a Caucasian man could just beat his wife out of his house and nobody come to her aid to try to help her? That they're going to start pulling out cameras and start filming? So there's a reason why I don't have a respect for certain type of men. I never will.
What?
Some of these dudes have my stepfather's spirit all over them. But when confronted with a man, even a gay man that can match their energy, they don't want those type of problems. He's over there like the 55-year-old fool that he is, super chatting FyeBabe the day after her co-host said that the receipts that he put out, that there's a disconnect there, because there's something that didn't register in his brain, that he was exposed as producing fraudulent receipts on somebody. But as long as he had somebody that would push that smear campaign and that fucking lie, it didn't matter that her co-host the day before said that he had been over there scouting out women in the beef sector to basically prey upon. FyeBabe included. This is when Black women start doing things that's to their own detriment, because they're so intent on hurting or harming or showing up another woman, getting the one up on another woman. They're blind to the fact that this motherfucker has already attacked you because you didn't co-sign his bullshit. And guess what? It'll happen again. Who respects him in his real life? He can get up here and tell you all the damn war stories in the world. Where are these people that he's telling you these war stories about? He comes on camera. Why doesn't he walk around his community, in his neighborhood? He's this, he's that. He can sit outside on his porch and make death threats for hours on end. Why ain't he walking around his neighborhood? You don't see him talking to, when you hear him make reference to communicating with any of his neighbors, it's senior citizens. There's a block full of people on that block. You don't ever see him walking around somewhere and somebody acknowledges him or speaks to him. If it's not a senior citizen, that's the next victim lying in wait for him to fucking prey on. So he can find out whether or not they have a property he can swindle them out of on their damn deathbed. That's the character of the individual that you're dealing with. So abso-fucking-lutely, knowing the things that I know about this dude and the things that I discovered about him, abso-fucking-lutely, I'll give motherfuckers the side eye. That hang around this dude for an extended period of time and don't pick up on what this dude is all about. Hey, Dominican woman. Hey, Sophia. When it's said and done, FyeBabe was able to recruit ZX in a way that the bitch could not recruit me. She was able to turn ZX into a flunky and a do-boy and a motherfucker that'll run around here cheerleading, co-sign lies. The only way she would co-sign the bullshit that he put out is if she's the type of bitch that puts the type of bullshit out. Nobody with integrity would do that. So I don't consider anybody like that a reputable source for information. Their so-called drag and roast was to show a house that isn't mine, that I've never lived in, only to have me come online and show court documents in the form of a search warrant that shows what my address was. An address that had been put out almost a year ago that was incorrect. See, she wasn't banking on me having that original photograph. Hey, Patricia Patty Cake. So check your sources, bitch. Because the receipts that you got ain't accurate. And unfortunately for you, Ain't none of these niggas got no tea on me that I ain't spilled out here on these YouTube streets. So you're going to have to come a little bit better than that. Okay, well, I'm sure he does off of your donations. Now run along. Apparently, he doesn't live good enough to keep his house from going into foreclosure for non-payment. See, that's what happened. He manipulated Miss Hazel into taking out a second mortgage. See, nobody's being honest about why the house went into foreclosure. The house went into foreclosure because the second mortgage that he had Miss Hazel take out on the house so that he could have his shit remodeled. So that he could have the houses remodeled, knowing this woman was getting ready to die, and he defaulted on the payments. The paperwork for that is on this fucking channel. From the city of Philadelphia, from the attorneys that were suing him in order to get the property back. Those receipts are on the channel. I'm sorry, I don't know where these people have been, but those receipts are there. They're not looking for the receipts. They're looking for information that'll fit their narrative. Those receipts aren't private. As a matter of fact, let me go and see if I can grab the stream real quick. I told you, when these people, they're not looking for information. They're not, y'all. Let me mute up for a second and pull up this stream for y'all. I'm gonna drop a couple of them. I'm just pulling up my channel, y'all. And I'm going to go through hold on, y'all. Let me take this down. That's what's so interesting, y'all. That these people they've never even tried to look for the receipts, y'all. If they were trying to look for the receipts, they would have found. I'm going to grab the links. It looks like I'm going to have to click on the actual I'm going to post all of these including the cease and desist. Y'all, if y'all start back, let me show y'all something. Let me show you the I'm gonna show y'all where to find the for those that are actually interested in it, because I would have to actually click on the I'm not in the YouTube studio. I'm going to show y'all where the videos start at. If you all have never seen the pictures of him with Miss Hazel, this is where you would start back on the Nubian Narcissistic Abuse ICU channel to start finding the receipts on ZX. And I'm talking about actual court documents. The reason why ZX, and I'm logged into the StreamYards app, y'all. I'm not on the I'm not in the YouTube studio. Tracy 3, I'm not able to put anything on my community tab yet. It hasn't popped up. And I'm not able to do it right now because I'm not in the StreamYards app. If you look all the way back here, see, a lot of times people like to come back and write history. But although I may hide videos on my backup channel, those videos have never been hidden. Do you see the videos with the dentures? See, a lot of people like to talk about criminals and felons and things like that. After this dude repeatedly called the police on me, I took measures to protect myself legally. When he started making gestures, when he started saying things like, suck my dick, listen, I don't have a romantic relationship with you. I don't tolerate men that I've been romantically involved with speaking to me that way. So if you have a dude on YouTube that's talking about putting his dick in your mouth and all of this type of stuff, no, I don't have to tolerate that. And he had been doing it relentlessly for a month. What they're not telling you is that I said, because of the fact that I have so many younger women following me, to try to be an example, I sent him 4 months ago. Now they're running with this whole fucking narrative about rejection. No, it was ZX that was rejected. And for damn near a month, I tried to ignore him. And he relentlessly made video after video after video after video. I've showed people text messages of me telling him, stop texting me. People would be on my panel. He will be texting and calling, texting and calling. That's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm going to show the call log and show the text messages of how this dude relentlessly texted my phone, called my phone after he was told publicly on my platform to stop calling me, to stop texting me. He continued to do it. People would be on my panel. He would be texting my phone, Candy and Intrinsic and Candy, Intrinsic, and Bella Amore. Those of you that saw me on Pastor Wilson's platform that day, Bella Amore joined the panel. And that was when she and I talked. What did Pastor Wilson say? Didn't he say that it was pretty much men causing conflict in between women? He was able to assess that. Do you think for some reason these people didn't assess that? They didn't care because it didn't fit with their narrative. And their hatred for that individual overpowers any logic or reasoning. So when Bella Amore joined the panel that day, we discussed the whole ZX situation and the recorded phone calls between ZX and Bella and Intrinsic. Bella was on my panel and he was texting, still continuing to text, still trying to, just clear your name and just leave. And just, you had already been, you should be able to comprehend that fucking no means no. If I told you to stop calling and to stop fucking texting, why was it so complicated for this 55-year-old fucking man to stop? He's that fucking controlling and domineering. And any woman that you see him around here being friendly with, trust and believe me, he doesn't waste any time trying to slide into your DMs to email you or to talk to you on the back end. Every fucking conversation, I feel sorry. Well, not really. But and I'm going to tell you who's there recording the conversation, listening in. Nikki Baker, that's calling herself Nikki Pope. She's listening in, recording the conversation. That's how he was able to put recordings out on people. So these bitches that are over there kowtowing, thinking that they flirting, that they got something going on, trust and believe me, every fucking conversation you had with the motherfucker has been recorded. And should you say or do anything to piss him off, he will release those recordings, release the text messages, and use you for fucking content to get clout for his dry ass channel. Because he doesn't have any content. He's not a content creator. He's a nigga with a YouTube channel. So I'm certainly not surprised. FyeBabe was who he wanted to strategically attach himself with from the beginning. His issue with Pastor Wilson is that he's jealous. And like I told you all, if you go back and you listen to that first video that he did about Pastor Wilson, he said out of his own mouth, verbatim, he was only there for the women anyway. Why isn't he leaking up with any male content creators? Why do you think he doesn't talk to any male content creators in this space, in the Black sector? If he's about Black empowerment and on that Black power shit, why isn't he over there in the conscious community with Sanada and them? Why do they nestle right here in the space that's predominantly Black women as content creators? So they can be controlling and dominate shit. And they get to bask in their victimhood about white supremacy while oppressing and abusing Black women. You're not going to ever see them do that to any other race of woman but the Black woman. And why are they doing that? Because the Black woman is not protected. And they know that. So these little carnivorous snakes could never pull the wool over my eyes. I see them for what they are. And I handle them accordingly. I didn't come here to be bullied by some fucking abuser on YouTube. They think that shit is fun. That shit that he's doing to Tracy is fucking disgusting. And they're going to think it's funny until it's them. The pictures of, I called him Mr. Magoo. He looks like Mr. Magoo to me. So I started calling him Mr. Magoo and the geriatric gigolo. I'm the one that coined the phrase the geriatric gangbanger. They steal a lot of my intellectual property and don't give me credit for it. But if you go through my videos, you'll hear a lot of the terms that you hear. I don't have to steal intellectual property from other content creators. I can actually create content. I don't want to have some grown 55-year-old man that I find disgusting, that repulses me, talking about sticking his penis in my fucking mouth or telling me to suck his dick. These women heard this dude talk up under my clothes, asking me about whether or not I was wearing underwear with a gun pointed at me. And they didn't find that problematic. They're still over there, ha ha, hee hee, and kikiing. They didn't find that abusive. Male identified women will always be able to identify with the abuser. And the thing that a lot of sisters overlook is the reason why they do that is because they have those same attributes. They are just as toxic and just as dysfunctional and just as dangerous and detrimental to you. And I just refuse to allow them or any motherfucking body else to bully me on fucking YouTube. I'm just not going to do it. And because they have no power and no control in their own life, they come into this space and try to dominate the women and the men that they perceive to be weaker. These men that fall up under, men don't generally take the lead of other men. They don't submit to other men. That doesn't mean that these dudes are alpha males. They're actually betas submitting to other betas. These are not men. These dudes don't carry themselves like men. But they walk around with their chest. I'm a man. Listen, let me tell you something. Men don't have to walk around and repeatedly tell you, I'm a man. I'm a man. I want to be respected. I want to be treated like a man. Well, act like one. It's clear he's never tried actually being a man that was deserving of respect. He gets disrespected because he's not deserving of respect. I was in Sweet Ma's bushes some time ago, and I saw him get on a panel. And then people had started to come into the chat and troll and started calling him a sexual deviant. And I watched him get up there on the panel clout chasing. She had already said that she was tired and that she wanted to take it down. And he used it as an opportunity to get up there and clout chase. Without a single, he didn't give a damn about her being tired. It was an opportunity for him to get his funky ass up there on a bigger platform and talk. And anybody that's going to allow him to do that and be seen, ZX Riders. Well, why don't you bitches get together and give his mama a ride to and fro her doctor's appointments and to and fro the grocery store while he's on YouTube bragging about everything that he has. How often does he ever see his mother? But he's able to get up here and tell these motherfuckers about his dear mama's story. My mama. He's up here telling y'all he loves his mama so much. He's up here telling y'all he was making $100,000 a year, but his mother had to move into Richard Allen projects. If he was making $100,000 a year, couldn't he have bought his mother that he loved so much? Couldn't he have bought his mother a house? But they don't. Nobody ever asks those type of questions. He's up here bragging about making $100,000 a year. Does that make any sense? When you see the bills that he went for years, we're not talking about months. There were liens being put on both of his houses that he swindled that senior citizen out of on her damn deathbed. There were liens being put on his properties by the city of Philadelphia for back taxes. If he was making $100,000 a year, has anybody asked why he didn't pay his taxes? So there's automatically dissatisfaction. Well, at least he has houses. You remember I told you they make excuses for him. They enabled them to avoid any type of accountability. And as long as people act like they didn't see that, or they don't know that, or that that's not problematic, well, what's going to change? What's supposed to change? Nothing. Nothing is going to change. So no, this dude didn't reject me. I rejected him. And once I fell out with him on my platform about him trying to control the actual live stream where me and him actually fell out is on this channel. Me repeatedly telling him to leave me the fuck alone is on this channel. Do you know what he did when, after a month of him calling law enforcement on me, filing false police reports, just making up shit, trying to up the ante because he couldn't defeat me in a fucking beef? He tried to then do what narcissists are notorious for, which is weaponize law enforcement to his advantage. That was going to help him get the win. Do you all realize that I called 911 on a damn live stream and reported what he was doing? That he was making gestures of putting his penis in my mouth, and I was not romantically involved with him. And that is what was reported. That he was stalking and harassing me, my subscribers, and my moderators, and attacking the women that were in my chat, calling them stupid. Everybody's stupid that doesn't see shit his way. Do you know what he did? He took that soundbite, went to his platform because he thought he had won. He thought he had broken me. But what he did was ignite the fire under my ass. So I didn't take the approach that the experts on narcissism encourage you to take, which is that's not always possible on social media. It's not a workplace where you can go to human resources and say, listen, this person is stalking and harassing me. And if they don't take action, they can be financially liable or sued for failing to do so. That's a form Whether I don't care what people think, that is a form of sexual harassment. And people keep making light of that, but that's a problem. A grown-ass man making reference for hours on end about you eating his ass, using memes of a Cookie Monster character eating a big bird's ass. People think that shit is normal. I'm sorry, it's not. It's very problematic. I don't want some grown freak on YouTube talking about me eating his ass. What type of straight man do you know? Just ask yourself that question. What straight man do you know that constantly would make reference to a woman eating his ass? So when he thought he had won, he went to his platform, despite the fact that he's a notorious copyright striker, took that soundbite of the 911 call and went to his platform and started laughing about it because he thought he had won. But what happened was that ignited a fire in me, and I turned up on his ass and started tearing his ass out the frame. Because at some point you get the gist that, just going about it, just ignore a motherfucker. No, that does not work with these motherfuckers. They don't respect anything but savagery. That's what they respect. Every time I have tried to be cordial and kind and respectful to a lot of these people, they interpret that to be weakness. I'm one way when I'm healed and in an emotionally and mentally healthy place. But if you push the right triggers, I'm going to turn my goddamn savagery on 110. And they're not going to like it. See, that's the reason why you had all of a sudden then you got a bunch of victims that want to tell you how awful, but they don't never tell you what the origin of the shit is. And a lot of these people don't bother to even just do the research. A lot of them are lazy. So that's the reason. That's another reason why they're so easily duped by people putting out false receipts, because they don't do the research themselves. Even though the receipts are, every single receipt for everything that I'm saying is right here on this channel, and it's been here the entire time. It's been here the entire time. The cease and desist. You'll see the cease and desist comes after contacting law enforcement and saying, listen, I don't know this dude. This is a dude from social media. Not only is he making death threats, but he's constantly calling the police on me. He's calling the police, but he's coming back, getting online, harassing me. Yes, in that instance, you better take measures to protect your goddamn self. From a legal standpoint, the officer was the one who advised to notify him in writing to cease all contact. So I was never worried about ZX being able to get me arrested. Do you know how many cash apps and how many numbers ZX has done having these these cash app parties where all of my ops come into his chat and support him, even though they know he's only doing it because he's a vindictive bitch and he couldn't beat me fair and square. So let me manipulate, let me involve law enforcement. That will give me the one up. That way I'll be able to say and do whatever I want to say and do the cookie, but she won't be able to say anything back to me. And this pussy had me fucked up from day one. So am I surprised to see him supporting ops of mine? Not at all. Not at all. But absolutely the fuck not. He was not going to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do and say to me. Him, Lady Lie, and the rest of his cronies over there flagged my channel, even though they were doing and saying the same thing that I was. But apparently, I was more problematic. There were people in the sector saying and doing far worse. Nobody flagged their channels because it was me that they saw as the problem. The other reason why they did it is out of jealousy and envy. I don't compete with these people, they compete with me. And then when they fall short, well, then they have a problem with it. For this dude to sit over here and tell the beef sector, oh, until this is all pre-beef sector, y'all. And I haven't even gone all the way down the page. There are videos on that channel that I actually have hidden that date back from all the way to 2020. So to say, oh, you weren't doing any numbers until you put QB's name in the title, child. Again, this dude is kind of slow. He's slow. He's talking about why don't people go to the dentist every 3 to 6 months? Well, why people don't take the time to go to the dentist? Well, why didn't you take the time to make sure the dick that you sucked wasn't HIV positive? Why didn't you check the HIV status of the motherfucker you were fucking without protection? And how did you end up fucking a junkie? Why didn't you take 3 to 6 months to get to know a motherfucker before you hooked up with him only to find out he's a fucking crackhead? A fucking drug addict. Why didn't you put your due diligence into getting to know the motherfucker that you were fucking before you realized he was a fucking crackhead that was going to be whooping your ass? Okay, y'all. This has been a long stream. My food done got cold. I'm gonna have to put it in the damn microwave. My grandbaby took a nap. He took a long nap earlier, y'all. So he was, and I normally I'll wake him up after he sleep for about an hour, but this time I just let him sleep. So he was just getting up. Or basically, when I first started the stream, I think he was still asleep. But you see how quiet he is? He been sitting on my bed watching his little cartoons. So I'm gonna go heat my food up. Go take my shower and crawl up in here with my glam baby. Find something on YouTube to watch. And carry my ass on to sleep, y'all. But y'all, the videos are all on this channel, y'all. Okay? This is all back. It starts back further, right? That's all the way back from 5 months ago. If you start right here, this is like when I had started trying to rebrand y'all. So for those of y'all that this is when I had started trying to rebrand and focus back on my original content. Okay. So from all the way back here, the video, here's the thing, y'all. Roski Gotti, Gay Lover, Roski Productions, and well, I'm using some epithets right there, so I'm not going to repeat that. But this is the beef sector merger. Do you see that thumbnail with Gotti? That dude in the middle? That's that address that FyeBabe put out. That's the live stream where I'm talking about the fact that Gotti and Roski had put out that address. And because they believed it was my address, and the people in the chat believed it was my address, they were typing in the chat things about coming to sexually violate one of my female relatives. And I screenshot it. And I went live. And I showed the house that they showed. This isn't the first time that Gotti did that. He had also did that on Lady Live's platform. Gotti used to be a personal do-boy for ZX. That's how ZX was introduced to MBK, through Bullets Gotti. Bullets Gotti and MBK fell out over what? ZX. Even though Bullets Gotti was supposed to be MBK's, and him and MBK was supposed to be friends. So that picture that FyeBabe showed, the edited version that she turned into a video, ZX also showed that picture. Candy Cartel also showed that picture. Clyde Diva also showed that picture. So if you want to talk about regurgitated receipts, those are old receipts. The first time I got doxxed, my family got doxxed. And then in 2020, my family was redoxed again, if I'm not mistaken, in October of 2020. And that included both of my spouses and the father of my children. So you're about, I don't know how many years late. So you're not showing nobody nothing new. As a matter of fact, you showing people false receipts that have already been debunked as false receipts months ago. Months ago. Gotti gave ZX that address originally in November of 2020. And it was debunked as the wrong address. So you're all up there showing somebody else's house. That's not my house. The house that you showed is in North Philadelphia. I don't live in North Philadelphia. Okay, y'all. I'm going to heat my food up. Take me a little shower. Find a little something to eat. As if I don't fall asleep. H3C. Is there any mods in the chat? Hold on, let me see. DC. If you still in the chat, I don't see that many mods in here. For somebody to drop the links to the content creators, to drop the link to Reed's channel. I don't see 6 Figure Days. I don't see none of my mods in here. I might have to catch y'all on the hey STL. I ain't see you in the chat, boo. I did not. I see Miss Coco, Fresh Press Juice. STL, I'm sorry, boo. I did not see you. Listen, I was watching a part of the playback. I didn't know my The Beauty, my Chicago and Cutie was in the chat either. I see Callie Jane 79. Hey, intentional rain. DC, can you drop the links to the content creators that came into the chat? If anybody shared the stream and I didn't catch it, I will get you on the next. I will get you on the next stream. I will be plugged. Thank you, Auntie Donna. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Hey, Patty, Patricia Patty Kate. So thank you guys, everybody that shared the stream. If I can't, if I didn't get you mods, if you could drop the links to all the content creators that are that came through in the chat, please. If I don't get y'all on this time, because I'm in the StreamYards app, because I'm streaming from more than one channel. My lamb chops done got all cold. I had fun hanging out with y'all, just talking. I used to do these type of live streams, y'all. I used to be on live streams for 8, 9, 10 hours just by myself. Okay? Daily. But I just enjoy just being able to, relax and just chill with y'all and just talk. Let's talk. But y'all, the backstory is there. That fraud alert, the insurance claims, all of that stuff is from where stuff started at around the time with me and ZX. And I'm showing actual receipts in those streams. If you red ball it, you can probably see when the docs come up on the screen. Look at the docs. Nothing about the docs have been altered. I'm pulling the documents off of the city of Philadelphia's website. I'm dropping the links. The chats, I always leave the chats public. The chats can show you where I'm posting the links to the websites where they can validate the information for themselves. If they think it's fraudulent information, look it up themselves. I'm showing actual documents, especially where you see those claims. We were talking about the shit with the school, that he claims that he was the business owner of, all of that shit. That's why that dude is so butthurt. That's why he's so butthurt. All because he wouldn't leave me the fuck alone. And then when I start turning up on his ass, well, now he's a victim. No, you're not a motherfucking victim. And you're not going to be treated like one either. Okay? But thank you guys. I certainly appreciate you. Okay? I'm gonna go heat my food up, take me a shower, and chill with my glam baby. And I'll see you guys probably sometime tomorrow. Okay. I'll probably wake up in the wee hours of the morning, do a little bit of research, but I'll be live tomorrow. Okay. You all enjoy the rest of your night. Peace.